and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 honesty, and you say.
Yes, good afternoon and welcome to Reason with Rattigan. I'm your host, Will, the Rebel Rattigan, on Reggae Global Radio, Facebook, and YouTube. I hope you're having a great weekend and thanks for tuning in. As usual, we have a lot to talk about today. And my first guest today will be radio personality, broadcaster, investigative journalist, community activist, and lover of all things positive Jamaican. The man we all know as Ras Climb. My second guest will be noted human rights attorney Isaac Buchanan, and he will continue with his presentation concerning our fundamental rights and freedoms under the Jamaican Constitution. He continues to make us smarter, and we're eternally grateful for his time and knowledge. By the way, I found out that Isaac is a serious reggae artist. In fact, he did a song with his dad, Jah Youth, one of my favorite DJs. The song is called Believe in Jah. Wicked, wicked, wicked tune. It out on Apple Music. Welcome, welcome again, everybody. Sandra, Notrif, Catherine, vibing without the natural, vibing with the natural. Yeah, big up on yourself. Doreen, yes, yes, yes. As usual, we're going to take calls after the presentations, and you may preface your questions, but please be brief in consideration of those trying to call and get their questions answered or statements made. No offense intended, and I sincerely hope none taken. Now, last week, I announced the establishment of the One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund and the mechanism for you to make your donation via Zelle. Kevin, go and bring up the thing for me now, the information. Now, let me just say that the website, there it is. Okay, there it is, folks. ojldf.org. That's the website. Now, it's up and you can visit, but take note that it's still under construction. And during the next week, we'll add more content and you'll be able to make your contributions not only via Zelle, but also through bank and credit cards. It's a work in progress, but you know how it is. One cocoa full basket and one step at a time. Information regarding the website, as you can see, it's up there. The website, the account number, the routing number, and the email. You can Zelle your donations using the email. And again, the account number is there and the routing number. The suggested donation is $100 per person. However, whatever you can donate will be greatly appreciated. $1,000, yes. $10, see him, yes. See him voice, see him strength, not a problem. We're in the process of screening and selecting board members from Jamaica, the UK, and Canada, and stay tuned for that. And remember that despite our differences, political, social, educational, etc., we continue to be, and will forever be, one Jamaica. And that designation includes our friends and well-wishers from other countries. As a reminder, the foundation will, and I'm just going back over some stuff that we discussed last week, but for those who weren't here last week, the foundation will hold present and past public officials, including parliamentarians, accountable for wrongdoing, including acts of corruption committed in the past and the present. You understand that, folks? That it's for wrongdoing, including corruption that was committed in the past and in the present. So nothing is going to escape us, right? Everything will be on the radar. The foundation will also accept information involving private individuals. So if you have information about a business person involved in criminal activity, money laundering, etc., we will handle it. We will take the information and we will handle it appropriately with foreign law enforcement, intelligence agencies. So foreign law enforcement and or intelligence agencies, to include the FBI's International Corruption Unit, Homeland Security, etc. Third aspect of what we will be doing, our mandate, we'll file lawsuits wherever, well, actually it's the first one, but we'll file lawsuits wherever jurisdiction can be established. We'll also establish public relations campaigns. We'll conduct background inquiries. Now, those three things are going to be extremely troubling for any government. This government, previous government, future government, because we're going to look forward, we're going to look now forward and backwards. And we're going to hold them accountable. We will also set up, and we've done so already, except for the phone line, we've set up secure communications. For the email, we have Proton to receive and protect information and persons. And that's very, very important, because if you're giving us information, we cannot afford to let your information seep out into the public domain. We're also going to provide transparency regarding the expenditure of funds. So, no stealing will go on around here, so not with my name on it, or my association with it. So, as a group, you will know exactly what we're doing with the funds. And at the end of the year, all of this will be filed. It will be open to the public, so you can see everything. Every penny will be accounted for. In fact, I've gone out of my way to make sure that we have an auditor, a bookkeeper, and an accountant, just to make sure that there is no doubt about what we're doing in terms of a mandate, but particularly with your funds. We now play with that. And all of that is in aid of this. The era of the talk shop is over. Not even over. As Terror Fabulous said, action, not a bag of word, not a bag of mouth, right? And this should send a clear signal, a warning to the government officials who refer to social media critics of the government as mischief makers. You haven't seen anything yet. We're planning a media extravaganza for next month, and that is going to be powerful and unstoppable. So family, stay tuned. Again, thanks to all of you for tuning in, and please continue to like up the thing, share widely and freely, and subscribe as soon as you can. Now, we've been having some technology issues, and today's the last day we're going to take chances with our technology. Next week, the permanent fix will be completed. And any issues after that, we will be using the services of another ISP, but not the one that we're using now. They've assured me that they're coming next week and everything will be fine. So we're taking a chance with them today for the last time. And after that, as I said, no more parados. Issues. But Kevin, Mr. My people, with the chat here, hold on a second, folks. Okay, here we go. Hyacinth from Saskatchewan, Annie Smith, Bob Cosmic, Audrey Cook, Veronica, all of you, big up on yourself. Desmond, yeah man. Issues. And this is a pet peeve of mine. If you have information about wrongdoings committed by a public official, you cannot let it be a 7-day wonder. You have to continue until the door is broken down and something positive is going to come out of it, meaning that the person is going to be removed. Not just embarrassed, but removed. So, I'm going to take a little bit of time today to talk and actually to show you some things, because one of the reasons I think some of you are here today is because you want to hear what's going on with Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, including people in our own party who are watching. And I know they are because they talk to me. Now, Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, let me say this to you. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when we try to deceive. Don't remember who came up with that phrase, but it's so appropriate. And my sister lies in Canada. She constantly tells me that God never bless liar with good memory. Remember that, people. God never bless liar with good memory, and it's so true. And I'm not saying that the minister is a liar. He's a liar. But when you look at the documents and the videos I've amassed, you will quickly realize that lies has a strong point. Lies also told me that either the duck leave the pond or the pond are going to dry up and leave the duck. Minister, are you listening? It appears you have no support from your friends, relatives, and colleagues at this point regarding this issue. You failed to leave the pond when you could have by admitting your transgression, but you didn't, and now the pond has dried up around you. Now, as you're aware, family, last week, Saturday, I rested my case against the minister. But on Tuesday, a few days ago, I received new information from the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. That ministry, like the other ministries and offices, are running the bus over the minister, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's not pleasant. It's not pleasant. And I'm going to show you something now. All right? So, we have guests here. We have Ras Climb, brethren. Hold on a little bit. Let me just run through this thing here. So, can you do it? Go. All right, good. And I think we are joined by Herb pretty soon and John. And then we have Isaac coming on. But, Kevin, where them, my brother? All right, hold on. Let me bring this up here. Okay. Now, folks, take a look at this. I've shown this to you before, but I have to show it to you again because in light of the new information that I received. Now, I want you to take a look at this. Hold on. All right, here we go. Again, like I said, I've shown this before. But the thing else that I need to show, no, you said the affidavit of coming, and the affidavit, what it is a declaration by the minister in response to the lawsuit I filed. Now let's quickly go through it. Now, look at also an attorney at law, meaning that you're not a regular layman, a person who got a bachelor's degree and entered into politics. Means we ascribe intelligence to you when you say attorney at law, although we know some of them are idiots still. But we ascribe a certain amount of education, a certain amount of intelligence to you when you say you're an attorney. But then look at 3. Look at 3. She said the facts, not the allegations contained in this affidavit, no. She said the facts contained in this affidavit, so far as they are within my personal knowledge, are what? True. Right? She says, as far as they're within my personal knowledge, so anything within her personal knowledge in this document, she's saying, I know this to be a fact and it's true. And she said, and insofar as they're not within my knowledge, are true to the best of my information and belief. What this is saying is that if it's something that I'm aware of and it's in this document, then it's true. I'm putting my signature to that. And if it's something in this document that I'm not personally aware of, but to the best of my information and belief, it is also true. Meaning, nothing is a lie inside this document, right? Nothing is a lie. So, let's go over here. She said here, right here, very last 2 lines of paragraph 8, which she said, and so at no time did I receive any means of, any. Didn't receive, no, or no, in this case, no gift. I didn't receive any gift, in either my personal or official capacity. She made it abundantly clear here that she got no gift. She could have said in my official capacity and left personal off, but she made it clear that she received no gift at all in her personal or official capacity. It does than this. When somebody make a statement like that, that's a very strong statement. And according to the minister, that's a fact because this is in her personal capacity. I mean, this is something that's personal to her. And she said, things that are personal to me in this document are true. So this is true if you believe her that she didn't any gift in her personal or official capacity. Then look at 9. She said, hold on one second. Okay. I just want to, okay. Look at 9. She said, I derived no benefit right here. I hope you guys can see this enough. She said, I derived no benefit. Okay, there it is. 9. First line. I derived no benefit from either the funds expended by the Jamaican government. Let me bring this down a little bit. Or from the private sector, right? And then she goes on to say it was outside her role right here. Second to last sentence. As a senator and a minister, and the campaign was not spearheaded through my ministry. So what she's saying is that my ministry didn't have anything to do with this. I didn't have anything to do with this as a minister. But she's the one who received the gift of services. She's the one who Finn partnered. She's the one that they prepared for the campaign to become Secretary General of the Commonwealth. Keep that in mind, folks. Keep that in mind. I derived no benefit from expended by the Jamaican government or from the private sector. It was the Jamaican government, right here, so it was the Jamaican government that derived the benefit of consultancy services towards its campaign to have me, blah, 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 blah. All right? So, what was the gift? The gift was consultancy services. Who received it? She received it. But remember what she said right here. She said, receive any gift in either my personal or official capacity. And she's referring to the gift, because here it is right here. It is further in the public domain that the public relations work done by Finn Partners was paid for by third parties who were in support of a Jamaican government-sponsored activity, blah, blah, blah. And so at no time did I receive any gift. All right. So now she said she didn't get any gift. She didn't get any. In addition, she said it was the government that received the benefit. Up to now, we don't know who get the gift. At least not from her. We don't know who got the gift. Now we're going to do something. Keep in mind, folks, that the statute, the law mentions nothing about benefit. This is a red herring. This is something that it's a distraction. Just throw it out there so we can run down this thing. But we know that we read the law. The law says gifts and gifts mean in currency and also gifts in kind. So we already know. So she violated. Because what she's saying here that I didn't get it, so therefore guess what? I didn't have to report. So she did report. We know that. The tax people know that. Integrity Commission people know that. Ministry of Finance, they all know she didn't file, right? But she was supposed to file if she got a gift. But she said I didn't get any gift. So now we don't know who got the gift. This is a mystery. She got the bit. She was the one who got the consultancy services. But she said I didn't get a gift, and the government only received the benefit. Only the government received the benefit. So up to this point, we don't know who got the gift. That's from her. I know who got the gift. She got the gift. But let's move on. No, she said so now we said okay, we know now that she's saying she didn't file because she didn't get anything. I know she's trying to blame the government. So we said let's go to the government and see what the government has to say about this benefit here. So let me see this document here. All right. Office of the Cabinet. Right? Government of Jamaica. I can't make this up. If I make this up, I'm prison time. This is from the Office of the Cabinet. Right? And they wrote all the things that I asked them about. Gift and blah, 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 blah. No. Let me just turn your attention to number this. Well, look at the first 4 questions. Kind of the gift was submitted to the cabinet because the cabinet office have to approve if it's a substantial, and this gift was substantial. Kindly indicate who submitted the offer. Kindly indicate if the offer was in a written or verbal form. Kindly indicate if the gift was approved by the cabinet. Now look what I'm saying. That's 4 questions. Go back again. 1. Now look at what's right here. They say questions 1 to 4 of your request do not reference the provision of an official document, meaning that they have no document. But here's where they go on to say. They said the office of the cabinet is thus unable to provide a response to the reference questions as no existing document containing the requested information resides within this ministry. Long story short, no document. They don't have anything. They don't know anything about this. Right? It's right here. 2. I don't know if there we go. Let me pull it up. There you go. It is right here. Question 1 to 4 of your request do not reference the provision of an official document. They don't have one. The office of the cabinet is thus unable to provide a response to the reference question as no existing document containing the requested information resides within this ministry. That's the office of the cabinet, right? Now, let's see. This is our own ministry now. Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Right? This is our own. And look at what it says. Look at what I asked right here. Right here. Right. Benefited from the consultancy services. Look at the response. Did not receive a gift of consultant services from Fin. Accordingly, there is no official document in this ministry. Look at 2. If your ministry received a gift of or benefited from the consultancy services, please provide documentation. What the response is? See bullet point number 1. And the response is this: the ministry did not receive a gift of consultancy services. So they're saying that we didn't receive the gift and we didn't receive a benefit from the gift. This is our own ministry now. Remember, I tell us that a truck, them have a run, and the truck goes so boom, boom, back and forth. All right? That's 2. Jamaica Tourist Board, or the Ministry of Tourism, look what them come back with and say. Them come back. I asked them about benefit or gift, right here. And by the way, folks, all of this information next week will be on the website. So if you miss it today, you can just go to the website and it will be in chronological order. So you can see when I started asking, he said, and you'll also see your videos too. You'll see your videos, affidavit, and then you'll see these documents. So you can, as I said, the naysayers are those who are curious. You can look at this thing. Here I'm asking whether gift, right here, whether they got a gift or service benefited. Look at them trying now for CFR. Look at them right. Them questions I ask, But look at the response. I'm asking for, did you get a gift or did you get a benefit? Here's a response. The job right here, right, very last paragraph. Jamaican Tourist Board wishes to advise that its contract with Fin Partners for public relations services on a global basis came to an end on March 31st, 2021. The Jamaican Tourist Board has not conducted any business with Fin Partners since that date. No, me asked them about contract with Fin Partners. I never asked them that. I asked them about if they received a gift. What they're telling me in a real nice way is to say, look, we have no information about that. We don't know what she's talking about because our contract with them, our engagement with them ended on March 31st. We have no benefit, no contract, no gift. That's a tourist board. Moving right along. Oh, I'm going to see if this one for last. That's the best one. Then we go to the. Okay, so then, all right. So then we'll go to Ministry of Finance and Service. So I know we'll go to the Office of the Prime Minister, we'll go to the Cabinet, we'll go to Tourism Ministry. Now we come here. Them 3 ministries, those 3 entities I mentioned, they're enough to tell you that this woman is not telling the truth. Stand corrected. The minister is not telling the truth. But here we go now. We'll come down to Ministry and the Public Service. No, You see how the other people and them lay out the questions and them come with the answers is like a page or two or whatever. This is very short. Look at what them say. Look at this. This is very damning. It says, further to your recent request for information under the access to information regarding information related to Minister Kamina Johnson Smith bid to become the Commonwealth Secretary and gift of services from Finn Partners. Right? That is what I'm right about. Look at what them say. Be advised that the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service did not receive a gift of services for consultancy services, nor benefited from any consulting services provided to the minister by Finn Partners. This is it. These are the nail, these are the 10 penny nail. These are the coffin. Shut now. Good. It over. School over. Ring the bell. Let out the picnic them, let them go home. This is it. Remember now, she has said, it's not, I didn't get a gift, I didn't get a benefit. It was the government who got the benefit. The government turned around and said, no, we never get a gift and we never got we did not get a gift and we did not get a benefit. I mean, I don't know what else there is to say. It would appear, let me leave this one up. So it would appear a minister is not well liked by those who responded, or they cannot, will not defend the indefensible. Whatever the reason, they have arrived at the conclusion that it's expedient for one person to suffer the consequences of their own action than for several team members to go down. It must be a lonely feeling when your friends, family members and colleagues have abandoned you and contributed to your demise in the process. However, I must say that 3 people have come to her defense, but it was a strange act of support. Somebody said there's a crazy sound in the background. Luzanne Sinclair. I don't know if you can hear that, Kevin. I don't hear a crazy sound in the background. But... Yes, Audrey, the live. Like up the live as soon as them come on. Yeah. So 3 people came to her defense. 2 of them are senior. Let me move this. Let me just move this over. Hold on. Okay. Now, 3 people have come to her. 3 people have come to her. All right. 3 people have come to her defense, but it was a strange act of support. 2 of them are senior members of parliament, and the 3rd is a well-respected advisor to the government. And they're my friends. They took no issue with the facts. Lay them out to you. They took no issue with the facts. Instead, they were almost pleading with me to apply the brakes. They must say, no, Ratty, slow down, ease yourself, But for the love of God, country, and my people, I cannot. I will not. No brakes, full speed ahead. And as you can tell, this is no journalistic 9-day wonder. Additionally, there are other politicians and civil service folks who will receive. Has been established. It has been established. Coordinated effort between the diaspora and our Jamaican brothers and sisters living in Jamaica. And in the fullness of time, their secrets will be revealed and addressed. Time is the master. So, Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, spare the government and our country further embarrassment. Also yourself. See your way out the door unceremoniously. Please do not listen to your ego or those encouraging you to stay. Out. As I said last week, a section of the website will be dedicated to the minister so that the Yes, folks, I am back. Okay. Yeah. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? Okay, sound is back, but not good. Welcome back. Just that background sound is still buzzing. There's a the microphone. Okay. All right. All right. Welcome back. Like I was telling everyone, because I think that you're not going to read or you're not going to persist. Yeah. In terms of trying to get the information. But it's back again.
Mhm.
It it gone again. Kevin. All right, Ras Climb, you can hear me?
I am hearing you
Herb, you
going
can hear
in and
me?
out.
Yeah, I'm hearing you very clearly. What's up, Ras Climb?
Okay.
Hey, Herb, how
Ras
you
Climb,
doing,
you
Herb?
hearing me?
Oh, not too bad. Yeah,
Yes, I'm
we
hearing
hearing.
you, Ratty.
I don't hear no background sound this time.
Uh, you can hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yes, we
Yeah,
can
you're
hear
kind
you.
of broken. Okay.
but we hear though.
Okay, like Carolyn said, we can't give up. We can't give while Kevin is working. Let me just move on. We won't show the document right now, but let me just move on to another thing. Lens of the police commission, competent Anthony Anderson, and the back waging against Ron James, chairman of the Police Federation.
Mhm.
It is a fact. It is a fact that the confidential personnel information.
It take his sound away again. Can you hear me, Ras?
I can hear you, Herb.
Okay. So somebody's got to be jamming his signal, either close to where he lives,
Hmm.
which is what my expert told me the last time. That they if they're around him, they could jam him.
Hmm. Hmm.
And so every time we think that we've beaten them and cleared it up, comes back to the same thing all over again.
Yeah, is being interrupted somewhere along the line,
Right.
and it seems as if the messaging is too powerful for the forces that is out there. When the
Yeah.
messaging is this true and this powerful, then
Uh-huh.
you're gonna find those who would like to silence this messaging.
Right. Right. If you know what scares them is if this what we're doing, if this works, it will spread undoubtedly to everybody else, to where any island at all wants to do some interdiction of their own corrupt ministers and corrupt private sector people. They now know we're setting the example of how do you clearly take them under, put them under fire? How do you change things? And the
Mhm.
minute we came up with this strategy, it would seem that they decide that, okay, you may get one of us, but we're gonna stop you one way or another. I mean, I think he has her in a box, but the idea is not just to put her into the box, but to see if she'll change, see if she'll, admit her failures and come back, better than she was. But instead of doing that, she out there fighting the fight.
Or
Yeah,
Mr. Rattigan is looking is accountability here.
yeah.
And if you look at what's been happening of lately, up until this, it seems as if the folks in Jamaica has actually shifted, and they're on a limb by her. Why though? Why do this to one of your ministers? Why leave your minister
Hmm.
hanging like this? Because all along you have supported everything in this endeavor, and now your back is against the wall, and the truth, anything in the dark, as they say, must come to light. And it seems as
Yeah.
if things are coming to light. There are those who have now backed off from the minister. Why?
Well, one of the things I'll say is this: they figure that their program, and I call it their program, has been torpedoed, and the fact that there's a hole in the ship, and the ship appears to be sinking, that they have decided
Mm.
to throw her overboard. Isat, how you doing? Can't hear you though.
No man, greetings all. I don't want to cut you.
Can
I'm
see your
muted, but
movements.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
I was muted. I didn't want to cut you, so
Okay.
I waited.
Okay, I got
Blessings.
you.
All right.
Yeah. Can't
Welcome,
hear you yet,
welcome,
Reggie, if you're
council.
saying. Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, Rattigan, uh, hit Herb, and it makes me wonder now. After all of this, whether the information from the Prime Minister Nesta Morgan came from the Minister of Tourism regarding came from the Minister of Finance uh, regarding gift received here.
Mhm.
After all of this, why now leave senator that you supported to be the of CARICOM? Why him like this? Why?
Well, she is a hot potato, and nobody
Mic
wants her
check.
to. You're good. We're hearing you.
Eh, All
But
right.
but if but
Listen.
if you say the name Johnson Smith, maybe you'll go right out again. Who knows?
I, well,
Let,
listen.
let, let,
Let me just jump off of she because we have a whole lot of things to talk. Let me jump off of she and again, thanks to Ras Climb and ISAT for the patience and all the listening and viewing audience, for being patient with me. But it just seems like every week, as soon as I mention a certain name, this thing just
let's
happens.
slap it.
But
Let's slap
anyway,
in your
you
wrist.
know, yeah, I know. But I was talking about the police commissioner now, Anthony Anderson, and his battle. The battle he's waging against uh, the chairman of the
Corporal, yeah,
police
James
federation,
Chairman,
Ryan
yeah.
James. And it's a fact that they have released Chairman James's personnel information into media without his involvement or his grant of authority. Now, I've requested the same information under the access to information. And I'm going to make a very bold prediction. I won't even use it because I'm afraid of going into the comments again and I'll have this system pop down for me. So let me just make this very bold prediction that based on section 22, subsection 1 of the law, they will not give it to me and they should not give it to me. So, Mr. Chairman, considering that you represent approximately 93% of the JCF, many people you as the real leader of the organization and look forward to the day when you will be installed as the PC. I concur. And if I'm fortunate to unofficially participate, and I say unofficially because that's the Police Services Commission, they're responsible for selecting police commissioners, but we know how that goes, right? So if I'm fortunate to unofficially participate in the selection of the next PC, you, sir, are my pick. By the way, Mr. PC, Mr. Police Commissioner, you're interested in successful led policing. I have some ready-made contacts with the South African Police Service and the Hawks. DPCI, that's their official title, but they're known affectionately as the Hawks. With your ever increasing gang problem, take up their operation that took place about 8 days ago in Limpopo. My dear sir, the offer stands. If you're willing to swide and humble yourself in the interest of the safety and security of Jamaica, take me up on the offer and I'll get these people to come and intelligence-led policing is all about. And you shouldn't have any shame to your game because at the end of the day, it's about the safety and the security and the reassurance of the Jamaican public, but not only the Jamaican public, meaning people living in Jamaica, but people living overseas who would like to return for a visit or return to live out the rest of their days in Jamaica and to do business and raise families in light of Vision 2030. All right. So I'm off those two. So I think I'm on smooth sailing now. So please, people, don't forget to tune into Reggae Global Radio tonight at midnight until 2 and relax with the Rebel. Tonight we're going on a nostalgic trip spanning a 10-year period from the late 60s to the late 70s. This period was ruled by sound systems. This was a period when poor people's entertainment was primarily going to a dance and listening to your favorite DJs and singers on songs and dubs, some of which weren't played on the radio. We listened to songs like Arrows from Rockfort here out of the east, Tippertune from downtown, Emperor Fate from Red Hills Road, and of course, the big sound of the day, King Tubby's from my area, Firehouse. This was a period when singers and players of instruments had to be good at their craft because they didn't have the help of digital equipment. And if you can identify with the picture I just painted, then tonight is your night. You're going to hear 33 songs that will keep you awake, evoke memories, make you sing and dance, and forget about sleep. So tune into Reggae Global Radio at midnight and check out The Rebel. Shout out time. Condolences to Ambassador Asamba on the passing of her son, Dominic. He passed away today, folks. May the Almighty strengthen and comfort the ambassador and her family as we keep them in our prayers.
Indeed.
May the Almighty continue to bless all of you, especially Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Ma P. Ma P, I wasn't able this week, but next week for sure. Desmond, Paul, Ma Jean, Bob, and Mrs. Nelson, our friend, our family member, Herb Nelson's wife. Keep her in your prayers. Big shout out to my family by blood relations, choice, nationality, and that is every single one of you. Big up to my sisters. I've never been them up before, but I just feel like I bring them up today. Wendy, Peaches, Marcia, and Jenny. Big up to Anne-Marie Core and her group of children with their event on the mall, downtown DC today. Sorry I couldn't be there, but we'll catch up with you later. Bless up Ransford, Dawn, Liza, and the whole staff family members who reached out to me with their words of encouragement and support. Much appreciated. Mama Victoria and Sherry, it was great meeting you. Both of you, stay sweet. We had a great conversation. Folks, I'm going around. I feel almost like a politician. I'm going around all over the place now, meeting with people, and they're giving me their advice. They're giving me, encouragement. and it's a wonderful thing. And 2 days ago, Friday, no, yesterday, yeah, Thursday, met up with a lady, and she's listening, Mama Victoria, and her beautiful daughter, Sherry. And it was a great conversation, and I'm looking forward to have more conversations, more interactions with people like these two encouraging people. Bless up all my family and friends in South Africa, all my former colleagues affiliated with the South African judiciary, the law enforcement, and intelligence services. Bless up to everyone who recently had a birthday or is having one today. Lisa, happy belated. And Merle, big up yourself, baby. Today, all day is your day. Big up the Brigade Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, the Firehouse crew, the Rollington crew, the middle, working, poor, and poverty classes struggling in the face of our economic and crime challenges. Future presentations. We will continue to have interesting guests, and as promised, I will review the throne speeches, the sectoral presentations, the debate presentations, the 2016 and 2020 election speeches and promises, etc. And I will highlight the government's failures on numerous fronts. By the way, we don't do feel good stories and commend the government on service delivery and fulfillment of its promises because they volunteer to run for a seat in parliament. They get the big bucks, and that's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to work. They're supposed to serve us. So I can't big them up when they fix a road. I cannot big them up. And it's a sad state when we have to big up politicians because they fix a road, because that's what they're supposed to do. To do otherwise is to settle for the pittance they throw to us when they feel like. Newsflash, big newsflash, those days are over. I'm working on a constitutional presentation for next week or some week because we have ISAT here and him are the constitutional expert, and so I defer to him. But I'm working on a presentation, a constitutional presentation, and this is the real bro God. Will he please stand and be recognized? So stay tuned for that. It is going to be an eye-opener, and you cannot afford to miss it. Next week, I hope to blow off the lid regarding the missing fertilizer people, because on Wednesday, a few days ago, I received a communication from the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining that I will share with you next week. It tried to explain numerous conflicts, and in doing so, made the situation far worse. I am going to expose suspicious activities that will blow your mind. That ministry is going to be under serious fire. Stay tuned. Now, today's presentations. Today, we will start with our brother, Ras Climb, the man who ruled the airwaves in the tri-state area, New York, Connecticut, and New Jersey. And he did so on Saturday mornings and Sunday evenings for years. There are those who are saying that I didn't boss me. Let me just clear up that statement. The fact is that Ian did a two-part interview of me back in 2016, and it was good and greatly appreciated. And Ian told me that it was just supposed to be an introductory piece, introducing me to the Jamaican public. At the time I was employed by the FBI, I had to seek permission to talk to him, and so I was restrained in what I could say. 2017 came, and I retired. And Ras Climb took it to another level where I could express my opinion, educate the masses, and he did it consistently to the point where certain individuals expressed outright jealousy for the regular exposure he afforded me. The energy and vibes between us were so positive that I would drive to his radio station in New Rochelle for every single interview. And that was a 3.5 to 4 hour ride from the Washington, D.C. area. But I did it because this man treated me with respect. This man treated me with love. This man said to me, listen, you have something to offer our community, and I want to make sure that it's brought out, because somebody with your experience should not just sit at home and just, fade off into the sunset. And I thank him immensely. I mean, I'm eternally grateful to this man for what he's done. And I guess, I was happy and sad when I heard about his demise with the radio station. Because then I said, no, I can't get him. I was happy because I said, no, I can't get him for that Saturday. Because I knew that Saturday morning this time, Saturday morning this after, Saturday morning he's busy, and then in the afternoon, I know he's busy, and then he's preparing for a show on a Sunday. So while I was sorry, tremendously sorry that he's off the airwaves, and when I say he, it's not just him, the radio station has been sold. but I'm truly, truly happy to have him here today. So, Ras Climb, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Welcome to our listening audience. And let me just start off by asking you to just introduce yourself to the audience, because I know a lot of people know you, but this broadcast has been heard throughout the world. Not that people across the world, the globe, don't know you, but just tell us a few things about yourself, please. The first year.
Well, as I join the panel this evening with my from another mother, Mr. Will Rattigan. Yes, indeed, we have taken to another level in terms of radio and information. Panel, I see attorney Mr. Ben, who is also in Ranger, and we also joined by John, who's another guest this evening. Just in a little trying to phase as we speak. We will make a major announcement where our stop will be. Before I even go any further, I want to just pause a moment. The 820 plus people who died in Morocco over the weekend from this massive earthquake, and this is what we do. Have our listening audience, a viewing audience understand that how important the news is. So we pause here for a moment and remember 820 plus people away in Morocco. Did my journalism career on Caribbean Style TV years ago. My partner, Miss Andrea Bollins, and my launch Caribbean Latin on CIM, the number one viewed television. There was never another magazine television program like CLM TV. We transitioned into and the look in the park. We segmentize our program just like mainstream radio or mainstream television. We have a segment that's exposing what is happening in the community. We have a music segment. We have a 1 hour interview known as Mike in the community, such as Miss. We have extended in the. I've interviewed countless prime ministers, ambassadors, countless virologists to talk the pandemic, to talk about vaccination. We left no stone unturned. One of the biggest interviews ever done on radio or television was when I interviewed the only persons who were on the peninsula on 9/11. Monday, I have the of interviewing the only two who were on the ground on the peninsula at that time. Mr. Rattigan, you could feel the major interview because no mainstream radio or television have had the privilege to talk about the importance of media, the importance of mainstream media, and more this evening.
Yeah, you were Ras Climb. I don't know if you can
Mr.
hear me, but you were
Rattigan?
coming in. Yeah, people are saying that you were breaking up your transmission. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Rat? What Rat is
Out here.
your transmission was breaking up, and it still is. We can't hear you.
I think there's some it seems as if there is a lodge going on somewhere on this stream here this evening,
That is,
because I hear you, Herb.
You know they can't
You,
they
Herb.
can't they
I thought
can't
about chatting.
sabotage Starlink. They can't sabotage
Okay,
Starlink.
Starlink.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've been telling you guys, Starlink is the way to go.
Yeah, next week, man. We'll see what happens.
All right.
But Ras Climb, thank you for that
Mhm.
opening, and it was my pleasure. It's always been my pleasure sitting down and doing an interview with you, because your interviews are very thoughtful. They're very insightful. I don't know, like a pian pian interview. Your interview, you get to the heart of the matter, and the purpose for that is so that people can understand what's going on, and we're
Mhm.
we're we're
Mhm.
grateful to you for that, because I've done several interviews with a lot of people, and some of them it's like softball, it's surface thing. People don't really understand what's going on, but you can tell that you do your homework when you interview somebody, that you do your homework and you come prepared. And I've seen it. I've seen instances where you've actually stumped people without trying to be, without trying to be like, as they would say. Well, I don't want to use that word on the program, but without trying to be difficult. But you stump people because people come and think it's a
Indeed.
softball type of thing, and they're not prepared. But you're prepared. You know, so we give thanks for that. But people want to know. Tell us what happened now with the radio station, because they want to know. Hey, this man is so popular. He's an icon in the broadcasting world in the New York area. So how come now he's no longer on the radio? And I'm trying to tell them that it's not you, it's the radio station that's been sold. So everyone's gone. Can you share some light as best you can, or
Indeed.
as much as you can on this?
Well, a few weeks, and this week mark 10 weeks since we were told that contract with Oatmeal to buy VIP 93.5 FM. The previous owner of the station passed away. Bill O'Shaughnessy is a man that believed in free speech, and hence some 40 plus years ago, Caribbean programming. 40 plus years later, the case has gone silent. When Mr. Bill O'Shaughnessy died, his
Yeah, Rascal, we're not hearing you. You're coming in and
decided
out. You're
also
coming in and out.
they were also getting to unload 14 60 politicians, all the politicians in the Westchester area. So on the 31st of August, it was the past Thursday, was also the last broadcast for broadcasters on the AM station over there at 1460 plus years. So it's a sad time, but we're in transition to a new home. Folks, be patient. In another 6 weeks, minimum 6 weeks, you can catch us moving forward.
Okay. So you hear that, folks? They'll be moving to a new station in about a month and a half or so. So you can catch him on his new station, and I'm sure that that information will be made public. And we hope and we expect that we'll get the same type of of information that we've been getting, not only from Ras Climb, but some of the others as well, but particularly Ras Climb, because he provides that voice of information, of reason, of critical thinking. That is, and those things are sorely missing from some of the programs that I've watched. So Ras Climb, talk to us now about, because I know you used to your program. You focus on, or one area that you focus on, because it's not just Jamaica, because you do the Caribbean, but one of the areas you focus on is Jamaica and what's going on with corruption and criminal activity. Now, you have talked to a lot of people, and if you, and I'm sure you do, have concerns, can you share them with us? What are your primary concerns concerning Jamaica at this point in time?
You know, Mr. Rattigan and viewers, my major concern with what's happening in Jamaica, I would have to go back when Jamaica got its first commission police. Go back to when on August 6, 19, an independent country. I call it nationhood. And things changed then. And it didn't change for the better. Across the board. They just kept going up, 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 and up. And we have been promised time after time after time again. This is not a GLP problem. This is not a P problem. Never get a handle on this criminal situation. And at times, it makes me think that there are folks who are benefiting from this who doesn't want crime disappear totally, if it can disappear totally. So it has now, we see different governments after governments and how they choose who becomes commissioner. Concern for me, and when you talk to folks here, that's for concern. Some have vested interest in Jamaica are now rethinking. Should we really?
Hold on one second. You can't hear me. Ras Climb,
return?
Kevin is asking if you can sign off and come back in, because we're picking up like every third word from you. Well, folks, we have been joined by Dr. John Lennon, affectionately known as John, not Dear John.
Afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me all right, Will?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're having problems with, the only person we're having problems with is...
You're breaking up, Will.
them.
You're actually now breaking up. Yeah, well, you're gone now. I can't even hear you.
You
Oh, well,
sound,
can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's good.
yeah. We hear you clearly now.
Okay. I don't know what's going on here, but I tell you what. While we wait for Ras Climb to come back, let me just throw this out. Before we get ISAT in, because ISAT's gonna be with us for a while, because he's gonna make us smarter today, so that when police stop where we have issues regarding human rights, we know what our rights are and we can deal with them effectively. But let me just throw this out while we're waiting for Ras Climb to come back, because it's current, and it's been having an effect on people in Jamaica for numerous reasons. What do you think about the recent SSL saga with the government? And John, let me start with you. What do you think about the recent action taken by the government to pay for the salaries of the SSL workers to continue working there while the investigators are doing their thing? What's your feeling about that?
Well, I don't understand why they have to be there and working. Um, Both Holness and Clark say that, oh, they need to be there so all the systems are working, and if they need to be questioned, then they'll be there. But that isn't true, is it? Surely that they should be at home, um, and then they should be subpoenaed, and then they have to go and then answer the questions. They don't have to be there doing any work. And if they're there working in the at the company, you'd expect them there to be actually trying to wipe any data probably from the computers. It doesn't make any sense to me. That I don't understand why they're there. And
I
for the
said,
amount of money, 15
go ahead,
million that
John.
we talking about.
I said, I don't wanna. I mean, I leave it. You know, I leave it up to you if you want to make a comment on this. You may not. It's up to you if you want to make a comment on what's going on with the government paying the salaries for the workers to continue the operations over at SSL.
Yes, I think I'm happy. I think the government should increase it by 10, and if there are 15 workers, each worker should get $25 million a month. This is of extreme importance, and we need to give the finance minister the leverage. So if it's up to me as a taxpayer, I think that each one of those workers should get paid so much so that they squeal and they show us how to use a computer, how to turn on the SSL computers, because they're different from what we use in the real world. And the paper, how to load it in the printers. The man who does that should get $36 million, and it must come from illegal funds. So all the scammers and all the thief and the wicked them and the obium and them out of St. Thomas, that them confiscate them funds and them gatherings, they must use that money and pay the SSL workers no less than 25 million. So the finance minister got it wrong. It's a little bit of money. It should be more. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Herb, go ahead, Herb.
You know, I'm moved by your remarks very much, I said. I realized that you know, things aren't what they seem to be. Now, look, you have the finance minister. This man has been lying his tail off from this very get-go, right? The FBI being there, the FBI not there. Now the FBI is on, I guess, speed dial as consultant, right? Question is he serious? He was serious. He has the Homeland Security investigators at the U.S. Embassy in Jamaica who can send for a team from headquarters to come in, a team of specialists, forensic specialists. And these guys could have turned things inside out and given them a clear answer by now. Instead, they have a team from England, a no-name team that is supposed to be doing forensic analysis. Give me a break. You know, none of this thing makes any sense. As you know, Will, when we have investigation in government, one of the first things we tell people is do not tamper with any evidence, don't destroy anything. And we try to move people away from a particular account that is being investigated. Now, when you have all of SSL people sitting in position, and what choice do they have but to tamper with the various accounts or to rework accounts or to change things to give an impression that's really not there, right? You can't tell me that the government accounts that were there with no one having any printouts, any idea of the running balances, withdrawals, or anything that impacted those accounts. All right, which includes, by the way, the housing fund, right? And that housing fund recently had $15 billion worth of assets sold off. So there's a lot of questions about the housing fund, the types of monies that were being made at SSL, and why did you have to sell off these assets, and why is it sold at a loss, right? So you need a lot of answers. No transparency as usual, and very few answers. I'm sorry, I don't know what this minister is up to, but whatever it is, they should at least get him for lying about the FBI. That
All right. Let me just put my 2 cents in. The Minister of Finance came out and made it was the Minister of Finance, not the Minister of National Security.
yeah.
Minister of Finance came out, even though it was a criminal act or alleged criminal act. The Minister of Finance came out and said, well, the FBI, after we'd been calling for the FBI to come in and clean up the mess, he came out and said, the FBI, they're coming, they're going to help, blah, 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 blah. Then he went on and said, Kroll, a forensics company out of England,
UK, yeah.
would come on board. So now here's what we have. We have Kroll, forensics company out of the UK. We have the FBI. We have FID. And we have CTOC. This, folks, is a major investigation for Jamaica. But it is not a major investigation for the FBI. I can tell you this. I have some familiarity with white-collar crime. Right, and the investigation. This is not a major investigation for the FBI. And so the idea that the understanding we were given was that FBI agents were on the ground and they would wrap this thing up. And in fact, the minister said, oh, they're moving at a much quicker pace than I anticipated, and so on and so forth. And I've said it, I told you guys, and I'm telling you again, there is no FBI team presence in Jamaica. What they have is they have one person assigned to the embassy, and they're running leads through that person. That person is a courier. That person is getting information from the Jamaican government or the law enforcement, and that person is passing that information on to Washington, D.C., or to various field offices for them to check out the information. Then they come back to that person with information, and then that person sitting at the embassy in Jamaica will use that information to FID and whomever. But the idea that you have a team of FBI agents sitting there going through this is nonsense. In fact, if that's the FBI, if that is the FBI that's working now, that's not the FBI I know. That's not the FBI I know. It's a different FBI. Because the FBI that I am associated with for almost 30 years, that FBI would come in and this investigation would be over. And as Herb said, you don't want people who have been working in the organization to continue working in the organization while you're investigating the organization. It's rubbish. It's nonsense. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Another thing, FBI is not going to sit at the table and work with Kroll. They're not. Kroll doesn't have the required clearance, and they don't have a need to know. The FBI is not going to do it. Moreover, the FBI has developed a specialty in forensics over the decades. This is what they do in the criminal division, or one of the things that they do, and they do it quite well. They do it quite well. So they're not going to sit there and work with a private organization and share information with them. And no, that's not going to happen. Another thing, when the FBI, when they show up, if the Jamaican government wanted to make, if they wanted to make a show of it, they could have easily said, as they did with Kroll, FBI, we're going to have a press conference. You know what that would do to the morale of the people in Jamaica, saying that, okay, no, we have people here we believe that will fight this thing to the very end, and we will get true answers, and people go to prison. If they had a simple press conference with the FBI to say, we're here at the request of the Jamaican government, and we're going to help as much as we can. Thank you very much, and that's the end of it. Just that 5-minute presence on the stage. You know what that would have done? Instead, we saw a press conference with them document with Kroll saying that Kroll is coming in to work and work alongside the FBI. Foolishness. That's absolute foolishness. I can tell you that. And the idea that you're going to have workers sitting there getting paid to do what if you have investigators? To do what? If I were the team leader of the FBI group in Jamaica, we want nobody associated with this company coming into work. Here's how we want them. We want to interview them, but we don't want them inside the building. No, because the other thing is that these guys and girls from the FBI, when they come in, these people are, they're just super, super, super smart when it comes to these kinds of investigations. They would go in, they would find things out. They wouldn't really need to have somebody sitting there telling them how to turn computers on, turn it off, and this and that. It's nonsense. No. Here is where I'm really concerned. Apparently, there's a budget for seizures and forfeiture that's maintained by the government. And I guarantee that a lot of people didn't know about this. So now the question is, where is this budget? How much money is in this budget? When was this budget established? What are the operating procedures? How many times have we used monies out of this budget to deal with issues like this? Or another question is, what is that money used for? What is that money used for? I have more questions now about what the government is doing regarding this budget than before. And they didn't even come out and say, and if you think about it, they didn't even come out in the beginning and say, listen, we have a budget here where we have our forfeitures and our seizures. We're going to use funds from that budget. No, it was only public pressure that caused them to do this, which tells me that there is something there that they don't want you to know. There's something there they don't want you to know. And then you're going to use that budget now. Another thing is, what's the purpose of that budget? Can that budget be used to fix roads? Can that budget be used to pay for teacher salary? How about nurses? How about doctors? How about helping to bring the debt down? How about improving the lives of people, quality of life? What is that money there for? I don't know, because this is the first time I'm hearing about this. And this, I'm telling you people, when all is said and done, you're going to find that this should be investigated as well. This should be investigated. They said that they weren't going to use funds to bail out SSL. And in a technical way, they're not, because they're not using it to pay for, pay investors and shareholders. They're using it to pay for workers. But then the question is, why are you paying for workers? Oh, and then they say that they don't have a hard deadline when this is going to stop. They don't have a hard deadline. This is just going to continue. I'm telling you, folks, the FBI doesn't work like this. I'm telling you, they don't work like this. Look, I'm willing to bet you that they're lying to you. They're lying to you when they tell you that the FBI is there, because they're giving you the impression that there's a team of FBI agents there. Large data analytics people, investigators, analysts, team leaders, this, that. It's not true. It's not true. I'm telling you. I would like to ask Minister, and you know what? I asked him on Wayne Lonesome. I asked him about this idea about FBI there and a team there and whatnot. And you know what his answer to me was? I'm a policy wonk. I'm not in charge of operations. And I said, but you're the one who came out and you made that announcement. So why can't you give us the answer to that question and regarding the very thing that you made the announcement about? He said, no, I can't do that. So folks, listen, I'm very annoyed, very troubled, very concerned about the direction this investigation is going in. Now, they said they found, initially they were 40 accounts. Now they said it's up to 70. Well, yeah, you're right. Gee, when you're right, every liar is a thief. Not calling anybody thief, not calling anybody liar. But my mother used to drum that into me. Say, don't lie, because every liar is a thief. So if we find people lying, I guess them a thief too. So, they could not call them. What? The FBI is working with them. If not, they could not. FBI is working with them. No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
The only time you would, I tell you when you wouldn't hear about the FBI working with them, if this were a counterintelligence investigation, you definitely wouldn't hear anything. You definitely. But this is a criminal investigation. And it's a criminal investigation about acts that have taken place. This is not about a counterintelligence investigation where you're trying to, to set things up in place. The act took place already. And the FBI would have no compunction about getting on a stage with them and say, yes, we're here. They wouldn't go into details, but they would say, yes, we're here. And we're here to assist the Jamaican. And the reason I'm telling you this, folks, is because I've done it. This is not guess and spell. I've done it. So this idea that the FBI is there is nonsense. Oh, Karen, no, there is in Jamaica. I need to make that clear to people. There is an FBI agent assigned to the embassy. But the idea that an FBI team came to Jamaica to investigate SSL, that's not true. That's not true. And if it's true, have them prove me wrong. Have them come out and show the team members and have the team leader come out and give a speech and say, yes, we're here. Because if that's done, then I'm going to say, shame on you. Why is it that Rattigan has to raise his voice about that for you to come out and say this? It's nonsense. Don't let them fool you, man. It's just nonsense, you know. And I tell you what, with all of the people that they have there, CTOC, FBI, Kroll, with all of the people there, you're telling me that they're just finding out now that it's 70 accounts? That's something that they could have found out within the first week. They've been there, what? This thing has been going on now for months. It's been going on for months. You never work with FBI. Well, I don't know what that is about. But I tell you right now, if they're willing, if they're having issues, tell them call me and let me bring in my team. And I'll only bring like about 4 people. And we have this thing, and we don't even have to share any information that they have. We just walk in, and I'm telling you, within a week, we solve up this over, man. Over and finished. So people, the SSL thing, keep your eye on it. Don't let them distract you. They're gonna come out with a whole bunch of distractions now because they're under the gun, right? And ask them about this seizure and forfeiture account and where how much money is there, how is the money being spent, what laws govern it, and why is it being used now, and it wasn't previously used, or if it was used, why didn't we know about it? Because this is not the first financial investigation being conducted in Jamaica. It's not the first one. So Mojo on Ligel FBI is fictitious. Yeah, you know what? At this point, I'm beginning to believe that there is, it's fictitious. There's no FBI there. So anyway, I'm gonna jump off of the soapbox now, and Isaac, I'll turn it over to you for more satirical comment because people are saying that they can't be serious. So you're making fun of a really.
Oh, listen, you can do two things. Remember, you can do two things. You can cry about it and nothing is going to happen, or you laugh about it and nothing is going to happen. No, the type of change that comes cannot come until the election. So they are allowed to do all they have to do. If they win again, it's sanctioned. Whatever is being done is sanctioned by the people, and I have no reason to complain about it. But I can tell you this, I hear you say some things, and if I am being serious, there are persons who hold positions that cannot turn on a Mac computer. I'm not being condescending, I'm being actual. So when you enter establishment where it is technology based and people are telling you about PIN numbers and account numbers, and especially when you each of these accounts are managed by younger people who have more understanding of the technology, and then your grandmother and older people who don't know anything says, I trust you with my future. they're not gonna know the things in the computer because they're used to paper. That transition isn't a real thing in the Jamaican space. So can you imagine when an investigation is gonna start and you bring the people in and say, look, these are Mac computers, and some people still using Dell and Lenovo and all kind of things that people don't know about. So it would take them weeks in the Jamaican space to be able to turn on a Mac computer. I'm not being sarcastic, I'm being for real. And you might have to say, well, this is an opportunity to say, let's pay some big money to turn on computers and have conversation with ordinary people. But I still think that those people are to get paid if they're in the space, especially if they are not the thieves and the liars. So I have to be careful. It's an investigation, and also if I had an interest in a company like that and I was the government, I'd be paying the big bucks to make sure that my interest is protected. Argument done.
And
But
that's why.
mhm.
No, finish up. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No. I'm saying so. We can speak and speculate, but I think the writing is on the wall. The elephant is in the room. The fat lady has sung. Might not sing in the notes and the chords that you want, but it is self-evidence. Res ipsa loquitur. The conduct in this situation speaks for itself. And all you're doing, Mr. Rattigan, is rubbing wounds, and you might say a particular name, and then your mic lock off. I'm just trying to avoid all of that. But it's clear and we know what's happening.
You know, let me just say that somebody, a young lady in the chat just mentioned that we should know better because the FBI, you know, there's no way they would come because within a few days, the prime minister or our politicians would be, you know, they'd be in trouble. And that's true. Because here's the thing, you can't bring the FBI in, at least not the FBI that I know. You can't bring them in and say, we need you to help us and we need you to just look there. If your investigation is going to take you somewhere else, we don't need to. No, they don't work like that. That's the FBI. They don't work like that.
Well, I can
bring
tell
on Ras. Go ahead. Oh no. The screen again. Got a problem.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, but we're having a problem with the screen. Kevin.
Somebody said FBEYE. Andre made my name the FBI. You need to put that on a bag so the kids can wear it in school. FBI.
Yeah, no, let me bring in Ras Climb. I'm interested to hear his take on it, you know. Ras Climb, can you hear us?
You hear me?
Ras Climb.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
We're not getting him.
Yeah, well, actually,
John?
we're hearing him.
I can hear.
Oh, there he is. Ras.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ras Climb.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay.
I can hear.
Yes. No, yeah, we're here talking about the SSL saga, the latest development, and so we're just throwing some ideas out and you know our opinion about what's going on. What's your take on what's going on?
It's very disturbing. It's disturbing because the government did say that they weren't going to bail out SSL, and now you're hearing about this 15 million.
Is not. I can't hear a thing.
You're hearing about this $15 million. Is it weekly or monthly in terms of salaries to pay SSL workers? I mean, who are these workers? What are they going to be provided? Are these security workers? I mean, what kind of information or what kind of services will these workers be providing? And why is it that the taxpayers have to be footing this bill? It is very disturbing. Very, very disturbing.
Well, here's what they're saying, Ras Climb. They're saying that it's not a bailout and it's not taxpayers' money. They're saying it's money's from seizures and forfeitures
Hmm.
from criminal actors, and so the taxpayer is not on the hook for this. And then the second thing is that they're saying it's not a bailout because a bailout in as far as they're concerned is when you start paying uh, the investors
Hmm.
as well as the shareholders, and they're saying they're not giving these people back their money. This is just to keep the workers, keep the lights on, keep the workers going, and to assist with the investigators. I mean, it makes no sense to me, but right.
Why do we need to keep these workers on? Why do they need a salary? You have one person who has been arrested a couple months now. Is that the only person that your investigation have led to so far? And as early as January this year, February this year, March this year, it was said that the FBI was on the ground in Jamaica helping to investigate this matter. Is the FBI really in Jamaica helping to? Because from my understanding, at the U.S. Embassy in Jamaica, there are FBI agents there.
Are we frozen? Well,
So we don't need to look past Ligani to find the FBI agents. But did we bring in extra FBI agents into Jamaica? That's the question.
Well, I was just telling everyone that there's no way they would have brought in a team, as we were led to believe by announcements made by the Minister of
Mhm.
Finance and then not only that, his statement was contradicted by the gentleman who's in charge of CTOC, who said the FBI is not here, and he said the FBI is not here, and when we need the FBI, we will let them know because it's a local investigation,
Mhm.
and then they spin their way out of that explanation. And I haven't heard from the man since. We haven't heard from him since. I guess they tell him that him talk too much and him just move him one side. But he came out. This is a local investigation. We don't need the FBI right now. Whenever we need the FBI, we will let them know. And that's true. He would just call up to Ligani, call up to the embassy and said to somebody, listen, can we get some assistance? And if it's possible, then they would provide the assistance. But this is just pure nonsense. Pure nonsense.
Now the Prime Minister came on a trip over the last couple of months to Washington, D.C. And obviously missing from that trip was the Minister of National Security. They came here and they met with, as they said to us, they're going to meet with Homeland Security, they're going to meet with Department of Justice, and quite a few other agencies here. The big question about that trip is where was the person who's responsible for national security in Jamaica? The Commissioner of Police was on this trip. So why wasn't the Minister of National Security, Dr. Horace Chang, on this trip? Why?
John, you wanna take that one on?
I didn't catch that well.
Okay. No.
I can't hear. I didn't hear that at all. Will.
Right, Herb. I was saying to you, I've sent you a message asking you to sign out and come back in because you're frozen as well. I think you're having problems with the audio and you're frozen as well. Yeah, John. Ras Climb was saying that last year they came up to meet with officials, law enforcement officials in the U.S. on the federal level.
Mhm.
But noticeably absent was the Minister of National Security. And does anyone have an explanation for that? Because it would make sense. I mean, it made sense to have that person spearheading, leading the delegation, because that's his portfolio. But he wasn't there.
Well, that don't make any sense, does it? That's just rubbish. He must be there. How can he not be there? I don't understand.
Well, he wasn't.
Really? I didn't hear about this. I'm shell shocked. He should be there. He's the Minister of Security. I don't understand. That's nonsense.
I thought, what's your take on this?
The minister.
By the way, before you answer, let me just say that you're not skating on thin ice with me.
No,
You're
no.
not skating on
Listen. I have I'm not a figure skater anymore. We dropped through the ice long time. I'm good at ice bath. But let's just be fair. The Minister of National Security is the Deputy Prime Minister. I know most of you didn't know that. It's not a constitutional post, but it's a post created that commands very high salary. He's busy. He doesn't have any time to hop on planes and go beg people in America. He has serious work to fight security and crime. And we don't play with crime in Jamaica, so we don't meet. We stay on the ground and we fight the criminals. And sometimes we even say shoot to kill where necessary. So he has no time to meet with the foreign people and the FBI people. So you send the commissioner and sometimes the foreign what's the name? Yeah. I don't want to say because I don't want you lose your voice. And you send sometimes even the finance minister. But security business
and the prime minister.
No,
And the prime minister.
no, in
Yeah.
response to Mr. Buchanan, yes, we understand that Dr. Arias Chang is also the deputy prime minister. But here it is, we're having a serious problems in terms of crime. And you told us here in the diaspora, you told the Jamaican people that you're coming on this mission to Washington, D.C. You're bringing names and you're going to be meeting with the FBI. You're going to be meeting with Homeland Security. You're going to be meeting with ICE. We would like to meet with the person who is responsible for national security. We don't want to meet with your commissioner of police. We don't want to meet with who your brigadier general is at the Jamaica Defense Force. We want to meet with the main person who is responsible for national security. Now, you have a deputy prime minister. Is there someone below the deputy prime minister who could have been in charge of the country for 3 days while the deputy prime minister and the prime minister is out of the country? And here's why I asked that question. In the United States, if the president is not available and the vice president is not available, then the secretary of state becomes available. Hence, what happens in Jamaica?
Well, I will say this. If the prime minister is not available, the deputy prime minister has to be available.
And who follows that?
No follows. It's only two people run this country. Two.
Wow.
Put your X beside it. Yeah. See?
Also,
Two.
so maybe that's why we are going through a constitutional change then, because we need some changes in Jamaica. Because then, if you have the man who's responsible for national security not available to meet with the United States Homeland Security, Department of Justice, the FBI, Secret Service, CIA, what sense does that trip make then?
No, so then the prime minister himself was there.
But the prime minister is not the minister of national security.
No, respectfully, and I'm being very serious now.
Mhm.
There's nothing that you could say to the Honorable Horace Chang that you cannot say to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is the life of the government. Nothing that happens. In fact, he runs all ministries. If you saw their campaign, everyone stands behind him. The entire Jamaica stands on his back and stands on his clerks.
So the buck stop with the prime minister when it comes to education, when it comes to roadworks, when it comes to national security, when it comes to health. So you're telling me that the prime minister plays a real active role to represent the country on all these ministerial levels when those ministers are not available?
And,
Really?
I will say this: if nobody wants to give him credit, I'm going to give him credit respectfully.
Wow.
The government we have now would not be the government without the most honorable Andrew Holness. I'm being very sincere now. He's an extraordinary individual, and give him credit where it's due. They couldn't survive without
What kind of
him.
credit are you giving? What's the credit? What's the credit?
He's bro God. Aren't you going to do a whole series about him? I digress. No more questions.
No, but listen. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You have a prime minister and you have a deputy prime minister, and the trip, the primary purpose of that trip last December was law enforcement related. And you have somebody who's in charge of that portfolio, Minister of National Security, and he was noticeably absent, right? And so now you said to yourself, but wait a minute, no, listen to this, no. Now the Prime Minister now and the police commissioner, they have to go back and brief him. That's not the way things work. That's not the way things work. They have to go back and brief him. No, they should be briefing him. They should be briefing him, saying, look, boss, this is the plan that we have. These are the contacts we've made, and this is how we plan forward. Right. But not the other way around. But you know what? What I'm seeing is a tendency for the Prime Minister to take on all portfolios. Like you said, he's in charge of everything. Because recently he went to Connecticut to look at a medical facility. Where's the Minister of Health and Wellness? Where's that minister? The Prime Minister will be in Canada looking at the system with the farm worker.
Well, Mr. Rattigan, with all due respect, with the Prime Minister being here recently and taking that trip up to Hartford, the first trip up to Hartford with the Hartford health facilities was actually done by the Minister of Health, Dr. Christopher Tufton. The Prime Minister actually just stopped by recently after the independence celebration to view what kind of facility will be installed at the University of the West Indies. Well, you asked a very important question there in terms of who briefed who, because it should be the other way around, where the Minister of National Security should be briefing the Prime Minister on a trip to Washington, D.C., such an important visit to talk about criminal activities in the country. But then also, if you have the FBI placed in the U.S. Embassy there at Ligony, what role do they play? Do you brief them also on the trip to say to them, we're not talking to you, we're going to talk to your superior on the other side? Why not include those FBI personnel at the U.S. Embassy in Jamaica so they could be fully aware of what's going on? And what role did our ambassador from the United States to Jamaica play in that mission, on that mission, when they came here recently to discuss crime and violence in Jamaica? Where was the U.S. ambassador from the United States to Jamaica on that mission? Was he available too or not?
You mean the U.S. The U.S. ambassador to Jamaica, whether he was on that trip?
Yes, because Mr. Tapia, who was the previous ambassador, he was very active. And I'm sure that if he was the ambassador at that time, he would surely want to know what's going on between Jamaica and the United States.
Right. You see, that's question could be answered in several ways, because I've seen it where the ambassador hands off policy where he would allow agencies at post, meaning the agencies assigned to the embassy, he would allow things do their own thing, and so he wouldn't really get involved unless it's like a high level State Department thing. But I'm concerned that the Prime Minister seems to be everywhere all the time for his ministers, and particularly this one. And the reason why I say this one is because this one is a serious issue for Jamaica. Crime is a serious issue for Jamaica. And then you would expect, if I were in that FBI audience or that audience in that auditorium they went to, I would expect to have the Minister of National Security sitting there. I would expect. But here is something else that I need to tell you. Here's something else. That when you have a foreign delegation coming to the U.S. to sit and meet with law enforcement or intelligence services, it's not like Jamaica when they just show up. Like if somebody in Jamaica, they just show up and the embassy will just say, yes, they're here and have a meeting. When you come to West and you're meeting with these folks, a complete background is done on you. Because they want to know, who are you? Who are they meeting? Information can we share with this person? Is this person trustworthy? They want to know. And so no meeting foreign entity, a foreign delegation like this is going to take place with a background done so that people can look and say, okay, this person he was born in this place, he grew up here, he went to school here, he did this, he did that, he was charged with this, or we have information that he's involved in corrupt whatever. No, that background being done. So
Mhm.
it's quite possible about the cable that left the U.S. embassy in 2010 that he might have some fears that there is a sealed indictment waiting on him. I'm not saying there is or there isn't. I don't. If I were advising
And
him, if I were truly advising him, I'd say, look, you better be careful.
and when you say cable, are you referring to the WikiLeaks cable?
Yes, indeed.
Ah, well, that's troubling, because if that is the case, then that will explain why the minister wasn't on this trip.
Will, can you elaborate on
It
that,
could be a
please,
reason.
about the WikiLeaks?
Go ahead.
Could you elaborate
Go ahead,
on the
John.
WikiLeaks thing, please?
Oh, the WikiLeaks cable. Okay.
Yeah.
If you remember, there was a member of the military who went into the secure system, pulled off a bunch of cables, and those cables ended up with Julian Assange and his group. And they started doing a release worldwide, letting people know what the American government, what their assessment of some certain leaders were, how they were collecting info. So it basically revealed sources, methods, and information, which is a no-no. That should have never happened. And there were several cables that were released that came out of the embassy in Jamaica to Washington D.C. and various agencies in the U.S. government. One described politicians in Jamaica, certain politicians, and of the number of politicians mentioned in the Minister of National, the current Minister of National Security was mentioned in that as having a relationship with gangsters in the western part of Jamaica. And it went on to say a little bit more. And that's out now. You may not be able to find that cable, because what happened is that they would just this rush where they just started pulling them down. People were putting them up on different sites and we're just taking them down. But it just so happened that, and the thing is, I couldn't even read it when I was employed by the FBI because we were forbidden. We were forbidden. They said, if this is theft of government property, this is theft of confidential information, we don't have a need to know. So they're like, no, you can't look at this. So we couldn't look at it. So I only saw the cable after I retired. I saw the cable. So that cable is there. And if I were advising him based on what I read in that cable, I would tell him, no, don't travel.
No.
Don't travel. I would tell him that. Because there's a possibility that you're going to travel and there's so that's why he hasn't traveled. I mean, that it would appear that's one of that may be a possibility.
If I'm allowed to jump in, he did when Donald Trump was
yes, hold on 1 second. Somebody was saying if you're not speaking, you can just
right. I was speaking. Yeah, I was saying that when the Donald Trump was president, Harris Shank did, along with the Prime Minister, go and see Mr. Trump. The
right.
pictures that had flowed from that, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, They were, I, I, I don't think that it was a humanizing experience as they had to wait or whatever. However, the pictures, people can position pictures, and I just think that we are a sovereign nation, and I really don't see the need that you need both the prime minister and the deputy prime minister all on one time like they
No,
do.
no. I said, here's what I'm saying. I'm saying that this mission was particularly focused on law enforcement issues.
Mhm.
You don't need the prime minister is a very busy man,
But the prime
right?
minister
And that's why
prime minister respectfully likes to travel. So if he wants to go, he's a top
he
man.
likes to travel.
Yes.
And right, and there lies the problem. Because what happens is that you cannot, but no, and here's what happened. I'm telling you now from the American perspective. When we look, and I'm saying we because I was a part of the organization, when we look and we say, well, wait a minute, we get all of this information coming from the embassy. Because remember now, it's a collection thing. So we see everything that's going on in Jamaica. And when we look and we don't see that person there, then we start saying, why are we even talking to the prime minister? What's going on with the minister of national security? I'm just asking these questions.
No, but
Guess what? Would have been answered. Those questions would have been answered already. They would have been answered as to why he's not there.
no, I know it's been answered. I know it is answered, but we also have to understand, and I'm being serious when I say that, is that the prime minister is very hands-on, and he doesn't like to be in a position where he says, well, it's second-hand information or be embarrassed. He knows he has first-hand knowledge. He hand-delivered his list of criminals to the FBI. I don't know if those names, any of them are SSL, or if SSL people made the list, but he personally took the list over there.
All right, you know what? I can't think of a better person. One second, Ras Climb. I can't think of a better person to bring in now than Herb Nelson. Herb, I'd like you to talk about the cable regarding the Minister of National Security and the fact that he doesn't travel here often. I mean, I said pointed out that he came here one time, but that is of no moment because that's cases where they allow you to travel, they allow you to feel comfortable, and then they use that we used to call handcuffs. Then they put the bangles on you after a while. Can you just speak to that, Herb, please?
All right. Can you guys hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Where? Okay.
Yeah, if you're not speaking, just turn off, just mute your mic. I'm gonna mute mine.
Okay. All right. Now, what we have is a situation where in the 1980s, at the embassy in Kingston, they put out certain cables about each of the ministers of government that was in the JLP. And what occurred was when it came to the current Minister of National Security, his name popped up with two prominent people in Montego Bay area. One was both of them were declared. I think they drug kingpins.
Kingpins.
Yeah. Ramsharam was one, and Dida Nemhard was the other one. And at the time, Minister Chang was linked to these two people. And of course, strangely enough, both Ramsharam and Dida Nemhard got busted. So it appears somebody flipped on them. And they were off to the US, extradited. And one got 35 years, Ramsharam did, and Dida Nemhard got about 10 years. All right. But nothing ever happened to Minister Chang except for the fact that he was still involved in government. And for a man who was named as one of the suspicious people in Jamaica when it came to drug trafficking and other money laundering issues. Because if you remember, what came after that was our friend from Tivoli Gardens in 2010. When he got busted, and there was this fight over whether or not he was going to be extradited. They tried to resist, and in the end, they had to go ahead and ship him out. Now, prior to Dudus being extradited, there was another gentleman. I was trying to locate his name. This gentleman, less than a year ago, was found in a stash house down in Montego Bay. That stash house had about $4.5 million US dollars, about 7 million Jamaican dollars, along with a lot of contraband, dope. Now, the fact that that stash house was located in Minister Chang's district, and the gentleman in question actually had an extradition request put on him prior to Dudus, which the GLP successfully fought. And it seems like nobody's was in a hurry to send that gentleman to the US. And the link is, if he was a drug kingpin and he was requested to be extradited prior to Dudus, and they fought that, then the question is, how is it that the FBI and the DEA raided this house in Montego Bay less than a year ago? The police captured him. His vehicle was in front of the house when they raided it. And all of a sudden, the vehicle disappeared. And when the police took him into custody, he never appeared in any police station. So he's disappeared along with his vehicle. So Minister Chang has different things that he needs to answer, truthfully, give transparency to, as to how he has been linked to so many people who have gone off to prison here in the US. And I'm certain if Dudus had flipped on Golden, he would have flipped on Chang as well. And this could be the very fear that Chang has, that there is that he's some unindicted co-conspirator or something that they have not served paperwork on, because he's still actively in government.
So Herb, you said that you said that Minister Horace Chang have a lot of questions to answer to.
Right.
Who's going to ask those questions, and who is he going to answer to?
Well, let me put it this way. When the HSI investigated several people and they lost their visas, what I had assumed at the time was the Prime Minister was notified, and the Prime Minister would in turn ask MOCA to investigate why these people lost their visas and whether or not the US accused them of was true. And when I realized that was not forthcoming, I realized that this Prime Minister of Jamaica had no interest whatsoever in discovering why his people were losing their US visas. What was the reason? And at the same time, I realized also that when he put Minister Chang in the position of being Deputy Prime Minister, and at the same time responsibility for the ministry that the US gives the most money to, national security, I realized he was being bold and determined to protect him. And so if he was going to answer to anyone, it would have to be first and foremost the Prime Minister of Jamaica. And since that's not forthcoming, whenever they are out of power, it's going to be interesting to see if, in fact, the US chooses to serve any paperwork on any members of that party once they're out of power.
All right, if I can, just real quick,
Yeah.
and I'm not pandering to the public or any audience, because of the nature of the discussion. I always like to put in here the importance of the Constitution and the most profound thing in the Constitution when it comes to due process. is the presumption of innocence. All of these things are speculation, which is why notwithstanding the cable and notwithstanding the possibilities that all of these things are fanciful, is that we must also appreciate that he did travel with the prime minister. He did go to meet the then president Donald Trump, and they had them outside like doormen. I don't know if anybody remembers the picture when they were all just sitting right out by the door.
Mm-hmm.
The
But
minister
Isaac,
Harris shot.
Isaac,
Yes.
flies, right? But that flies in the face of your argument saying that the deputy prime minister, they don't travel to.
No, I'm saying I recall the experience, and I recall the media spot behind it, because people were saying that, look, they both of them travel gone to see the president, and him have them outside the door of the White House waiting to go inside, and it was a big media
Right.
spot. I felt respectfully as those the two
Right.
heads of our government were really treated like boy. And the minister Harshad is a very proud individual, and he may have taken the opportunity in the position that yeah. I don't know why. Well, yeah. So it's clear now. So I just want to say that. Right. So I want to say that we must put all of that into perspective to say, one, he has traveled with the prime minister, and in terms of who was left in charge. I'm not even going to go into all of that. Save and accept that persons are to understand that they may have taken a decision that they both don't need to travel. And the prime minister currently, given the climate and the confidence of the people into how the government is being run, says he's taking a hands-on experience, a hands-on approach, and he has done the same thing with the health. He has opted to go, and I don't think that the health minister is in the same position as what Herb has said about the security minister. So nonetheless, he decided to go. When the minister was hold on, when the minister went to challenge one of the most powerful women in the world, the Baroness, and
somebody's mic is open and it's picking up. It's causing an echo. Somebody's mic.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying when one of the ministers decides to challenge one of the most powerful women in the world, and her famous quote that at the end of the day it will just be chat and nothing more. The prime minister was there when it ended up being chat, and at the end of the day he's in the mix of it all, and we have to just take it for what it is. But I just brought up the presumption of innocence because I think that because the minister is not here, I haven't heard Mr. Rattigan called an invite for him to come and defend himself, so I go and defend him.
I have.
Well, I'm going
to
defend him even though
all right.
Because I like to defend him. So I defended him in terms of
all right.
It's heavy stuff, and he's cloaked in the presumption of innocence, and until something comes to the forefront, we have to be us.
Right.
Yeah.
No, here is when we talk about allegations and all that. Here's the fact. The fact is this: there's a cable that links the minister to criminals. That's a fact. No, whether or not that linkage in the cable itself is a fact, that's something else. But what is a fact is that there is a cable. There is such a cable, right? And the idea that some people, and let me just digress just one bit before I bring in John and Ras Climb. The idea that people are presumed innocent until guilty, that's a farce. Because there are some cases where there is no presumption of innocence because the guilty party has made it absolutely clear that he or she is guilty. There is no, I'm telling you, and I can give you one case in point. Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, I've said it before, this is not an allegation. This is a fact. It is a fact that and you know why it's a fact? Here's why it's a fact. Her words from her own coming out of her mouth, saying that she had nothing to hide and there's no secret about who's funding her campaign. Her affidavit saying that she didn't get a gift and she didn't get any benefit. It's the government. Finn Partners documentation showing that she's the one who they provided the services to, and the many letters from the government that I have saying that we don't know anything about what she's saying about we got the benefit. No, we didn't get any benefit. To me, this is not an allegation, and I said it unreservedly. I said without any contemplation of her bringing a lawsuit against me, because I'd love for her to bring a lawsuit against me and say that I tarnish her in the media by saying that this is a fact. Because guess what? It is a fact. And for those of you who do not believe it's a fact, go to the website next week because all the documents will be there in full and plain view for you to view for yourself. And you can make your determination as to whether or not what I'm saying is an allegation or fact.
You know,
Hold on. T-Mobile, why do you never cut the man mic? I don't know what's going on here. A whole conversation about his wife and the mic never get. I'm so upset right now. I'm muting the mic.
I want to go back to something that Attorney Buchanan said about the Deputy Prime Minister and the Prime Minister traveling together. With all respect due, they came and they met with former President Donald Trump on such an important issue as crime and violence in Jamaica. And when we look at the numbers, and these are not the numbers that we came up with, these are the numbers that comes out of Jamaica. And you can go as far back as 40 years ago. And you look at how many people have been murdered in Jamaica, reportedly murdered in Jamaica. The National Stadium in Jamaica could not hold the amount of people who have been killed in Jamaica, reportedly killed in Jamaica. So the mere fact that the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister could have traveled to Mar-a-Lago to meet with then President Donald John Trump, why not the Prime Minister and the Minister of National Security travel to Washington, D.C. to meet with Homeland Security, FBI, ICE, and whoever you want to meet with? Wasn't that a very important meeting when it comes to one of the most burning issues in your country, crime and violence? We're in the month of September. These are not my numbers. These are the numbers that came out of Jamaica, and almost 1,000 people have so far been murdered this year, reportedly murdered this year. So these are important issues. So the fact that the Minister of National Security have traveled with the Prime Minister, why not do it on that occasion when it was such an important occasion? Why not?
Well, he should have traveled, shouldn't he? He should have traveled. He didn't travel. It's simple. He didn't travel because he's afraid of getting arrested in America. It's simple as that.
But that is so inaccurate, though.
What do you mean it's
You cannot
inaccurate?
say,
Because
no, you cannot say
well, why
he
didn't he
didn't travel
travel?
because he's afraid of getting arrested.
100%.
I'm rejecting it 100%, and I'm not here defending any labor rights. I'm not doing that. I'm simply saying that you can't. You just can't do that. I'm sorry.
No, the man is a minister, right? The man is a minister of security.
The man is the
security in America.
He's
The man
also
should
the
be
deputy
there.
prime minister.
Holiness shouldn't be at the meeting. The holiness should not be at the meeting. The deputy Tank should have been at the meeting. Full stop. The reason why he's not at the meeting is because he's afraid of getting arrested. Surely.
All right, so let me give you a hypothetical. The reason why he has not gone is because he's a security minister and he knows going to meet is not going to change crime. Jamaica is a high crime society.
You're breaking up.
Jamaica is a high crime society where thousands of persons are murdered every year. The only reason why the murder rate has ever gone down is because there was a robust illegal use of the state of emergency. Now, it's not a tool that can be used to do PR crime fighting. And so crime is the way as it was for a very long time now. So he's not going to waste his time to go and have conversations when that's not how you fight crime, and he knows that. So how about that?
I mean,
But I
you're
just,
joking, aren't you, Isaac? Isaac?
huh?
He's never. He doesn't do anything to fight crime. What
Right.
does he
So
do?
why
He
should he
doesn't
take?
do
Why
anything.
should he
He's a
take a
failure.
plane? So why should he take a plane if you feel that way? But I'm simply this way. I'm simply saying, let us not put any. Let's not say he's afraid to travel when he has the right to not travel, and he doesn't have to explain that. It's a security risk.
That's one way of looking at it.
Rattigan gonna
No,
done me.
no,
God, done me, Rattigan. Let me.
no, I'm not going. No, but think about it. This is your portfolio, right?
Yeah.
Crime is a huge issue in Jamaica. It's not some other issue that you can say, okay, fine, whoever wants to go, that's fine. I'm going to stay here. You would want to go, and here's another reason why you want to go, because you want to develop relationships with these people, because you need help. And you see the FBI guy in Jamaica, it's the first reason why he's there. You know why the FBI pulls people all across this globe? Number one reason: to establish and develop relationships and to ensure the free flow of information. That's the first reason. So now, if I'm Dr. Chang and I'm presiding over a portfolio responsible for crime and safety and security, and we have this issue, I would want to go and meet with my my companions, and I would say to them, listen, here's what. That's when you start looking at best practices, and it's so easy when he picks up that phone and he can call somebody. When he picks up that phone and he can call somebody, and they say, "Oh yes, Dr. Chang," as opposed to who's this guy? Who is this guy? You don't want that. So the first thing he should be thinking about is, okay, I want to go develop a relationship with these people. But here's a problem. The US government knows everything that's going on in Jamaica. That's a given. And one of the things that they do know about Mr. Chan, Dr. Chan, putting aside the 10-year cable, one of the things that they do know about him and they do know about the police commissioner is that they both have disapproval ratings in the 90% range. They both, and I'm telling you, when I used to sit there, I'd go, why are we working with this guy? His own people don't trust him. So why are we going to share information with this guy? Why? He's got a 90% disapproval rating. You think they don't know that when you're sitting at the table with him? Then, and another thing is that they know that he's a medical doctor. He has no experience with crime fighting, except the 10-year cable. The cable in 2010. They know he has no experience. So if I'm sitting there, I'm going, these people they're not serious because look who's here. They send us this. The prime minister would have been better served by himself and not taking the police commissioner, because he has at the time he had a 91% disapproval rating, and I would have known that sitting in that audience, and I would have said to my when I go back to my parent organization, because remember it wasn't private meeting, it was a meeting in an auditorium with a whole bunch of people. I would have gone back and said, let's trust this guy, and I don't and give them. Let's just see what we can do, because it doesn't make sense to because we have a guy here that we even trust, and his own people don't trust him. So why am I going to trust him? Why? I wouldn't trust him.
No. Here's a question for Herb and Rattigan, and I think both you gentlemen probably could answer this question. And the question is, at the U.S. Embassy in Jamaica, there's almost every single agency that is here in Washington, D.C. Almost every single one. Maybe Mr. Rattigan or Herb Nelson can clear this up. So there was really no need to leave Jamaica to meet with the FBI. Really no need to leave Jamaica to meet with Homeland Security and others. So Mr. Rattigan or Mr. Nelson, can you just clear that up for me, please? Please?
Herb, I'll yield to you, but I'll go after you finish. Herb, your mic. All right, them shut down Herb. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
You can hear me? All
Yes.
right. Well, let me answer your question. Rastem, that's an outstanding. That is an out. That's one of the best questions I heard all day long. That's an outstanding question because you're absolutely correct. There is a presence at the U.S. Embassy of all the major agencies in the U.S. Whether it's um, whether it's FBI, CIA, DEA, ATF, they all have they all have a presence at the embassy. And you're right. The way these work is that if you have a request for assistance, right, to fight crime, you would go to the embassy and you would meet with your counterpart. So, for example, if it's something to do with drugs, you would meet with ATF, and they would facilitate whatever it is that you're looking for, whether it's training, some assistance, or whatever. The only time, the only time you're gonna get these high is when it's very, very, very serious or to establish relations. But in handling these things, they can handled in Jamaica. You're absolutely correct. There was no need for the travel. And then remember I said we're going there and we're gonna hand over names. Easily handed over those names in Jamaica. Easily. He didn't have to travel to the US to sit in a room with a whole bunch of mid-level people and give them the names. And guess what? Those people that he gave the names to, they don't have decision-making power. They would have to go back to their parent organization, ATF, DEA, Treasury, whatever. Then they would have to brief that information up and say, listen, you're asking for this. How can we help? That's what they would have done. They didn't need to travel for that.
Okay. So,
in the FBI parlance, you know what we call that? A boondoggle.
mhm. So with that now being cleared up, uh, where do we go now? What is the end game here? Because it seems as if year after year after year, and once again, let me make this very clear. This is a Jamaica problem. This is not a problem solely about the Jamaica Labour Party or the People's National Party. This is a Jamaica problem. Crime and violence is Jamaica's issue. And it doesn't matter who sits at the helm, at the head of government in Jamaica. We must have an end game now because the news that we're getting here in the diaspora, it seems as if it is a different news that is on the ground in Jamaica. So, Council Buchanan, maybe you can tell me something about that because what we're getting here, it doesn't seem it's the same thing that you guys are getting in Jamaica. And why so?
Oh, that's a little bit above my pay grade. I don't know what to get in there, and we don't get nothing here. So, um, it's real apples and oranges. We don't get nothing here, but we know that they're working on giving us a little bit of something. We're just not getting nothing right now. So I can't help you there.
Ras Climb. You know where we go, Ras Climb?
Indeed.
You know where we go, Ras Climb?
Mhm.
We go to Haiti. That's where we go. And it's called a distraction. That's where we go. We can't fight crime in Jamaica. We're gonna go fight it in Haiti and distract the people. That's what we're gonna do until the body bags start coming home.
So
That's what we're gonna do.
if we cannot fight crime in our own country, our beloved country, why would we tell the people that we're going into another country to assist them with crime and violence? Why would we do so?
Herb?
Well, that is a typical distraction that we do here in the US quite well. When a president runs into a problem, he starts a war. And everybody now is concentrating on the war effort, right? So there's a term used for it, Ratty. I'm trying to remember the term. Something about um, oh God, it just escapes me right now. But the distractions are what you use. They used to use Michael Jackson as a distraction. They'd accuse Jackson, and then Jackson will fill the airwave, the news, and he'll be there. If it wasn't Jackson, it was his sister. If it wasn't that, it was Britney Spears. Right? they're gonna find somebody that can fill the news with drama and to get away from what you really need to be talking about. Yeah. There you go, Isaac.
Hee hee. Ow!
Now, Herb, you said
Somebody said what Herb.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Somebody says it's wagging.
Wag the dog,
wag-
yes. Wag the dog. That's the
you know,
absolutely. Hey, I tell you, we have a smart audience, I mean,
Herb,
I give thanks to them all the time.
Herb, you mentioned that the distraction here in the US is when the president is having a problem, he goes to war.
Yeah.
I must respectfully disagree with that. And let me tell you why. Because this current president is having some major problems. President Joe Biden is having some major problems. One, his son could be indicted very soon. Two, uh, he's 81 years old, and his age has now become a major factor in running for president in 2024. And I really don't see this president trying to start a war. Currently, he's at the G20 summit, and they're trying to broker deals. So on that note, yes, I know there are distractions that we use here in the United States, and you could look at the current GOP, the Republican Party, and with their leader now under for indictment, they're now using the distraction of trying to impeach the current president, Joe Biden. A special prosecutor was appointed to investigate Hunter Biden. That's another major distraction that the GOP is currently using. Yes, we know about these major distractions here in the United States. But when we look at Jamaica, Jamaica is such a small country. Jamaica is such a small country. And you look at the numbers of people who are reportedly murdered on a yearly basis. And my question is, why is it we cannot get a proper handle on this situation? And then if you look at media in Jamaica, and I've done countless programs on this, in terms of what kind of media do we have in Jamaica? Do we just have a 9 to 5 media in Jamaica that goes to work from 9 to 5, and at 5 o'clock, everything stops? Do we have real investigative journalism in Jamaica? And can a journalist in Jamaica actually do a program or two or three without being afraid of going on the street the next day? You know, uh, Council Buchanan, you live there. Can you answer to that, please, sir?
As a professional 9-day wonder man myself, distractions come all the time, but I think it's a part of the culture. Currently, we have the dunce bag. You guys not hearing about it, but we have a big dunce bag debacle going on. Kids going to school with the word dunce on the bag, and there's some way they need to counteract that. And the media house nationwide, there was a shooting there, I think yesterday, and it's a big issue now, following coming off of comments made by the general secretary of the People's National Party, and these things are all unfortunate events that become public interest. So we have it all the time, and I think that the wagging of the dog and all these logical tools for fallacies to get away from the serious issues is something that plagues us. We're new to it. We're new to it in the Jamaican space, and it's fueled by Jamaican Twitter and a lot of political loyalty, and we get lost. So it's a completely different thing in terms of how strategic and targeted it is in the United States. In the Jamaican space, people believe a certain thing, and it's just there. It's there in the comments. It's just a distraction that takes us nowhere. But at the end of it all, it just leads to one thing, and it's about the votes, and it's about who stays in power, and it doesn't benefit the people. And so because of that, there's not much to say about it, save and except for when we have programs like these, those who can hear will hear. Those who can contact the FBEYE, they can do so. And how we educate the public and how the public accesses information will be important in the modern space. But
You know,
that's the most I can say in terms of the response. But I have sometimes been distraction. I am amazed at the level that it rises to, and then the serious issues are the serious issues are it's completely gone on. So being a part of the distraction, I know that we don't have much going on in the space to regulate serious issues to be discussed,
mhm.
serious issues to be tried, because I think we're a nation plagued with ADHD and ADD.
No, I am happy you brought up. I'm happy you brought up the shooting that took place at Nationwide office yesterday afternoon. And Herb Nelson, Mr. Rattigan, and Johnny, if you want to chime in on this one, uh, it's an open question. How dangerous is this? How dangerous is this now that media outlets in Jamaica, media offices in Jamaica, are now being targeted? And should it now be a time? Is the time right now for the tribalism in Jamaica? And it's across the board in terms of tribalism. We have tribal politics. It seems to be like we have tribalism in the media, in the way things are covered. You see it happening even in sports in Jamaica in terms of certain areas. I played soccer as a young boy in Jamaica. I played for Real Mona. And I remember going into Jonestown or Arnett Garden or Central Kingston or doing a park uh, to play a soccer match, a football match. We would be worried because of the way the fans view us from uptown and stuff like that. Is it now time? Is it now time that we launch an education platform in Jamaica to deal with tribalism in Jamaica across the board? Hmm? Open question.
Well,
You
I'll
know,
jump in there.
go ahead, John.
You mentioned about journalists. Well, the thing is, we do not have any journalists in Jamaica. So I've been on Will's program now. No, yeah, I said, you can pull a face if you like. I've been on this program now, a good 2 months I've been coming on here. And the things I talk about are never in the media sphere, are they? Look at bauxite. Bauxite, we don't get $1 for it. And yet that's not reported. We have education where we know that human rights are being abused. That's not spoken about. Look at the debt. You're talking about SSL, and people are making noise about that, and we're talking about $15 million a month. In February last year, the debt was 2,219 billion Jamaican dollars. At the end of June this year, the debt was 2,199 billion Jamaican dollars. So it's gone down $20 billion in the space of 16 months. We spent over 400 billion servicing that debt. 400 billion. That's not mentioned in the news. We allow Nigel Clark every day to tell us that the debt is falling. No, it's bloody nonsense. It's not falling. It was $2 trillion in 2013 when the IMF rolled up, and it's 2.2 trillion today. And yet where are the journalists? Solar pays for itself in 3 to 4 years, and yet we converted to LNG. That's not in the news. We've got schools are coming off the grid, and they're getting a private company from Canada to take 30 schools off the grid when we could do it ourselves. All of these things are in the media and not in the media. Now look at Wholeness. Wholeness tells us that he's born in a one-bedroom house, and then he's born in a two-bedroom house. Sorry, not born. He's brought up in a two-bedroom house. One bedroom with his great-grandmother, not even his grandmother, great-grandmother. And yet the media doesn't pick up on this. Every day, Wholeness says some kind of nonsense, and nothing is said about it. He came on and said that, no other government has done so much for the environment ever before. He says, look, we've outlawed single-use plastic bags. It's nonsense. They're everywhere, plastic bags are. Isaac can tell you that you go to buy anything. If you want to buy a bunch of Guinness, they put it in a plastic bag. If you go into the supermarket, anything this scene will say is from a chemical base. So you buy a soap, they put it in a plastic bag. The countries are washed with plastic. Lie after lie after lie, and the media never says anything. This is quite astounding. We had the case the other day where TVJ reported that Windalco.
Hold on, John. John, hold on 1 second there. Somebody's mic is open. Can we just mute the mic while John's speaking? All right, go ahead, John.
Yeah, we had TVJ reporting about Windalco, and what did they say? That we're going to get $10 million less from the bauxite levy. Windalco doesn't pay the bloody levy. They're not paying the levy. And yet this is what TVJ reported. And then they reported that we make 150 million US in foreign exchange from alumina. How do we get this money? We don't sell bauxite in this country. We don't sell bauxite. The mining companies sell bauxite. Every dime that we get comes from the bauxite company. And yet we have every day on our news channels, they're telling us about bauxite earning us money. We don't get a dime for it. They're not telling us the health hazards from bauxite, dementia, the cancers, all the respiratory diseases that we get. Never mentioned in the media. So Ras Climb, we have no media whatsoever in the country. The shoot-up or whatever they want to call it at Nationwide was probably just some kind of stunt. As you say, they're always trying to divert attention from something else. Look, have you watched our news in a back to school? I live right next door to a school. It rained and all the classrooms are leaking in a primary school. We have children not going. We have the amount of children going missing school on a good day. On a good day, 80% of children go to school. And that was before COVID, so I don't even know what the number is now. That's not reported. The country's a shambles. The country's just a banana republic. Let me tell you that. It's a banana republic.
John, and I know we're just about 15 minutes from 6 o'clock, Mr. Rattigan. One of my idols in media was Mutty Perkins. And Mutty Perkins have gotten to a lot of trouble in talking about what government is in Jamaica, what media is in Jamaica, if we really have media or government in Jamaica. But with all respect due, I think when we refer to the Prime Minister, no disrespect, he is the Honorable Andrew Michael Holness. And I think we hold that to our ministers in Jamaica, with all respect due. But going back to Mutty Perkins and what Mutty used to talk about back in the days, and he would generally get into trouble for it. There's one journalist in Jamaica today and a regular guest on Groovin Radio in the past, Sarah Burton. She have dug up many stories in Jamaica. She have brought many stories to the front line in Jamaica. And one of the problems that I see is that there's not one media house in Jamaica who would take on one of Zara Burton's findings. And that's also troubling, because here's a young woman who has gone out and do some investigative journalism, but then the mainstream media in Jamaica doesn't pick it up. Isn't that a serious problem, gentlemen? Isn't that a serious problem?
It's a monumental problem. They're like that.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
The government and the media are in bed together without a shadow of a doubt. Without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, I've sent documents to the media that I've sent to the government, the same documents I've sent to Will about the debt, mining, and the energy, and none of the media houses have got back to me. And in fact, not only have they not got back to me, the next thing you'll see on the news is them telling the people completely the opposite of what I'm saying. Well, I've actually done all the research. And Zara Burton, I've actually contacted her, and she's done nothing. So I have no confidence in any journalist in Jamaica. I'm sorry.
No, if I can I say something?
Hold on one second, I said Herb.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I've been working. I've worked in the past with Zara, and pretty much when I was on your station, Ras, we were talking about the various monies that were picked up in Mexico City, transported down to St. Lucia, and then ended up opening different accounts, whether it's St. Lucia or there in Jamaica. And those were attributable to people in the Prime Minister's office. Now, Zara went further. She took the same reports that I had,
Mhm.
and she stuck that mic in front of the Prime Minister and said, "You have this account. You also have this gentleman who is purchasing property for you in three different properties in Beverly Hills. When you have a prime minister who could not pay his school fees, right? He said he owed about 2,000 US dollars and he couldn't pay it off. But all of a sudden, he was buying property in Beverly Hills, and he was talking about how many loans he was getting from different sources. Now, if there's truly a law in
Raskin, your
Jamaica,
mic, hold on one second. Raskin, your mic open. If you can just mute your mic if it's open. All right, go ahead, Herb.
yeah, if there's truly a law in Jamaica against ill-gotten gain or unexplained wealth, affluence, where the government can seize your assets, then the Integrity Commission has more than compiled information showing that there's ill-gotten gain that the Prime Minister could have gotten by pushing contracts, over 34 contracts, to his friend and buddy of over 23 years that owns a construction company. You move from being owning a house that costs like $500,000 US. You declaring your assets at only 190 something million Jamaican. It's unexplained. This is why the Integrity Commission has never accepted anything from him, because there's just too much unexplained affluence in his history, and he can't explain whether it was a quid pro quo deal he did with his buddy over those 34 contracts, which amounted to billions of dollars. So we do have a problem with a prime minister who has questionable various transactions. And so when transactions come up at MSET with Dr. Wheatley or over at the Ministry of Education with his successor, who was there, he never came out and said anything definitive about them, because he can't. He's compromised. And we've always made that statement that you have a compromised prime minister with compromised people sitting in his office. So his hands are tied. Earlier, you asked a question about the U.S. helping in Jamaica. And I started out before saying the Homeland Security Investigation, HSI, runs the office in the embassy in Kingston. They have the responsibility for that region. They are ably supported by the FBI legal officer there, as well as the postal investigations. And there are at least 24 cleared Jamaican investigators that are there at embassy that they also have access to, that they are utilized in various investigations. There is a MOU and a MOA signed between HSI and the JCF. So if there's any case where they need expertise, whether it's forensic expertise or any specialized equipment to be brought in, they can request this of Homeland Security investigations. So they have no excuse for not being on top of or aptly investigating any case, right? They have absolutely no excuse. And for me to hear that they called in the FBI and the FBI didn't show up, that's a big leap over HSI, who has the responsibility. And so maybe they ought to come up with a much better excuse than that. Maybe the algorithms that the Minister of Finance was talking about, it's just not playing out here. We don't understand that, right?
Chinese algorithm. Chinese
Chinese
algorithm.
algorithm, yeah,
Huh?
going all
Isaac,
over.
Yes.
Isaac, go ahead.
I think we have a very good media, a robust media. I don't know if you guys remember In Living Color. Those were the Wayans brothers, Kean Ivory, Damian, Marlon Wayans, all of them, Jim Carrey. They came from that era. Well, they used to have an episode called Hey Man, where who was it? Damian Wayans. He would have 10 jobs. The Jamaican who would have 10 jobs. So media in Jamaica, you are not confined to media in terms of journalism only. And there are persons with political ambitions and self-interest, and you can't blame them. And so as a result, people are very mindful of what to say and who they're aligned with politically. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't know why people make an issue about it. The only part that I want to address is that the aspect of it where the shooting at Nationwide, it shouldn't be downplayed, and people shouldn't say that it's staged. It could be serious. It needs to be investigated, and we shouldn't be throwing blame and casting, because Jamaica, as I always have to say, it is a high crime society, and these things happen like in front of you for real. I just want to say to the gunman, you know, have no ambition, because you go up on the people them property and go shoot up old car and Hardy and Benz and them things. When you shoot up things, it have to be, you know, you can't just go out and just risk. If you don't get catch, you know,
Come on,
20 years and a 15-year mandatory minimum walk illegal firearm and you committed a crime.
Come on now.
Even though it's laughable, it's a serious thing, because even if you don't like Nationwide, people could have been hurt. And
Come on
so
now.
when I hear that it's staged, and I'm rejecting that. And this is the thing, John, I have to say this to you. I hear you speaking about the backside, and I hear you speaking about some very heavy issues. When the two little stations them in Jamaica have to report primetime news and live news every single day, it's murder, mayhem. We don't have a handle on crime. There are persons who go missing and you think them dead, and it is the topic of the day. Our lives are at stake, so much so that when there's a shooting at Nationwide, it is the topic. It is a topic of the day, and we can't get past anything else. So it's not that people don't want to report and people don't want to do that. It is just that we are so heavily charged with murder and mayhem, we can't get past it. So in terms of journalism, I just wanted to appreciate that I'm saying it as media, because this is also a platform with journalists as well, disseminating information. is that it definitely is not a situation where you can say we don't have a media, because we do. And when they want to come at you and beat you up, they will fine you. It's just that in Jamaica is a small society. People have friends and company. Nepotism is real. And so how media is disseminated is not necessarily political. And you just have to appreciate that.
60 seconds, gentlemen.
Mhm.
Council, I am very surprised you said that, because it seems to be a revolving door in Jamaica when it comes to journalists and politics. You have many folks who have stepped out of the media world, the journalism world, and they close that journalism door behind them, and then they open that political door. Question is the media in Jamaica state controlled? And that's for another program. Is the media in Jamaica state controlled? And because when we look at places like China, North Korea, Russia, could it just be that our media in Jamaica have a little bit or a lot of state control? That's where I leave it.
Ras Climb, listen, the 6 o'clock deadline, that's for the radio station. So if you want to, if you feel free, if you don't have anything to do, we'll continue because we're gonna go on. But let me just say a couple of things. One is Loxley mentioned in the chat about CARICOM having a crime seminar and that Jamaica was not present. I'm not surprised because Jamaica is not trusted in CARICOM, given its present track record. Let me regarding the crime plan. Somebody asked about a crime plan, and I'll throw that out. That's an open debate whether or not there's a crime plan. Most people seem to think that there is no crime plan, but as far as the technical description of a crime plan, they have one. It's just that they don't know what they're doing. And let me just say, big up Angie and my brethren, Mr. Baxter. Me know you watch. Get well soon, cause we have to go hang out. All right. So you have to put on your dancing shoes and we have to go up on the road. Now, Ras Climb, oh, he's not back yet.
I am here. I'm here.
John. What do you say? Oh, you're there. All right. John, what do you say to ISAT? And Ras Climb, what do you say to ISAT's explanation that, hey, we have two small stations and they're busy covering crime and things. So the big issues, heavy issues like bauxite and the debt and energy, they don't have time to do that because they're busy covering these, murders. What's your response?
Well,
Here's what.
can I go first? Okay.
Yeah, go, John. Go.
All right, go.
Okay.
All right.
Here's what I will say to Constable Cannon on that one. Jamaica has more churches per square mile more than anywhere else in the world, just like rum bars. Jamaica have the most radio stations as far as I am concerned. Everywhere you turn, there's a radio station in Jamaica. A council. When you talk about 2 and 3 and 4 media houses in Jamaica, no. Everywhere you go in Jamaica, there is a radio station. So why is it so difficult? If you choose to be a journalist, if you choose to report the facts, why is it as soon as you get behind the cameras and the microphones in Jamaica, you become paranoid? Can you answer that, sir?
Who's gonna take that one? You want me to answer that?
No, the question was for you. The question was for you, Isaac.
Yes,
The question really was for me.
Yes,
Yeah.
counsel.
You, Isaac.
Yes, counsel.
So hold on, that's the point I was making. Jamaica is so small because the church is the state. The church is the state, and the state is the private sector, and the private sector is the public sector. Everybody is 5 persons removed. And I'm saying that we just have to appreciate the climate that we're coming in. And when the response that I was expecting was that you're talking about heavy stuff. If you literally, I don't even want to hear about, you're telling me about some $1 trillion, $1 billion debt. I don't know nothing about that. Man, look at patty money, whether the debt is $3 million or $30 billion. Me now make that so that they have no moment to me. It's only when politics come into it we say, yeah, the debt did good and we did that. As far as I'm concerned, the dollar is always 155 and the this is that. So
But Iceland,
as a simpleton,
stick
no,
up it.
I'm speaking for the
Okay.
simpleton. I just
Right.
want you to appreciate
Mhm.
something. We hear about the backside. Yeah, we know the red mud is in Clarendon and somewhere over there. So we hear about people sick, but people sick and people not healthy. We hear about all of this. It's just heavy stuff and it doesn't sell papers and it doesn't make good for sensationalism. And then where the journalism is concerned, these are young persons that are trying to get their story out. I've seen Zara, who is a professional in her own right, who bring the issues, and she has been censored, muted, and if it's not for the grace of God in all the five churches everywhere you look, she would not be here, and she has been pressured and cast and pushed aside, and because she's serious about journalism. So I do accept that, but what you have to understand is also what is it that the people want to hear? What do the people want to deal with? And how if the public is not educated, and I'm using this and I hope I don't get in trouble for it, but we do not have the brightest nation. We do not have persons who are going through tertiary education in droves that can sit down and critically assess information. So at the end of the day, people still balling out, green, orange. And so the information is a 9-day wonder, and it doesn't go any higher than that, respectfully.
John, let me hear from John. Let me hear from John. John, rebuttal.
Rebuttal, right. All the issues I talk about have solutions in them. We can't fix the country without better education. You're going to tell me that the people don't want to hear about better education, Isaac? That's what you're telling me.
If I'm
That's
telling,
what you're telling me.
let me tell you this. If you is a politician and you say, I gonna send every picnic or university, somebody might lick you with a big buckle and say, education can name, yeah, idiot. There is that reality. And so
I'm not disagreeing
the
with
country,
that.
listen, I'm saying to you, a country that remains uneducated is easy to trick the minds and trick the people. Ambition.
100%
So,
agree
so,
with
so
that.
that is just our reality, and we mustn't hide from it. What we need
Yeah,
to
it is
do,
our reality, but we can fix it.
no, the
I'm
fix
talking about
and
fixing
the
it.
fixing, to begin to fix it, is to understand that we who are here, the chips fall where they may, and the future is where we go to. And we have these conversations every week. It is the young
We can't
that need
fix
to
it without
edge.
journalism or either. We can't fix it without the people knowing the facts. It's simple. If the people know the facts, they'll probably take to the streets tomorrow. We have people stealing electricity all over the country. Why? It's simple. They could all have solar panels in these areas, but what did the government do? Introduce LNG. The people don't know about this. We have two parties here who have sold out the country, completely sold out the country. And the journalists know this because I've told them. They know this, but this is not reported.
John, I'm not cutting
This is
you.
reported.
I'm not cutting you, but I'm asking for your help as a man that fully does. What is
Right.
LNG? What is that?
All
You
right.
Liquid
people,
natural gas.
you see,
Right, fair enough.
when we talk, and when some of us are so unlike me, who me well done in all of these things that you're talking about, I will listen, but my brain shuts down because when you start to throw the LNG, LGN, SSL, all some people talking about SSL, we don't even know what the S and the S and the L mean. And
All right.
and
That's fair
these
point.
conversations happen above our heads, and there are people who I'm speaking for right now, and we just say we can't bother because a boom, a spliff, a dunce bag, I'm good tomorrow because I'm not get more than
Isaac, remember the
$30,000
forum
from
that
you
we
anyway.
in this forum I can use certain terms, surely.
No, I
When
know,
I
but
talk
there
to
are
people
people
on the
who don't
street, I don't talk
understand it.
like that.
That's all I was saying in terms of make us understand, because sometimes when it happens, it's almost like that is why we can't talk about it, because the producers are going to say it's too heavy. Move on from it.
You know, I want to go back to something that uh, Mr. Buchanan said regarding education in Jamaica. And it's a very serious problem. And it's not just higher education that's a serious problem. Across the board in Jamaica, education is a serious problem. And we need to invest, really invest a lot more. If we could invest in education what we invest in fighting crime and violence in Jamaica, I think Jamaica would be a much better place. Now, the numbers coming out of Jamaica is very frightening in terms of the numbers of students that go on to higher education in Jamaica. And that is something that we have to look at. And I wonder, Council, who were the smart minds in Jamaica some 30, 35 years ago that took civics out of the education system in Jamaica? And you mentioned the fact that there are politicians in Jamaica, if they ever mention education, people throw a big rock at them. And it's no joke. And I remember when Senator Damian Crawford was MP in East Rural St. Andrew. And he brought up something where he said that he would like at least one member of every household in 3 years to have 3 CXC. At least one member in 5 years should be going on to higher education. And the remarks of the community was, yo, degree cannot eat, Degree cannot eat. So we have to go back to basic and we have to start education. Educating. It's not what you want to hear. It's what you need to hear. It's not what you want to know. It's what you need to know. And we have to go back to the grassroots. We're having a major problem in Jamaica. And as Council keep mentioning the dunce bag that is on the back of people's back going to school. We have to eliminate those things. We cannot be promoting those things. It's a serious issue. So this education thing is not a joke. So all of us here should agree. I understand that we can agree to disagree, but there's one thing that we must agree on here is that the education system in Jamaica totally needs to be revamped. You cannot have a country without secondary education. When you have taken out all the secondary schools on the island of Jamaica and you have turned them into so-called quote-unquote high schools and technical high schools, and you have students going to school thinking that they're going to a traditional, which I don't like to use that word, traditional high school, but you have students thinking that I'm in high school and I'm good now. But you just filter them through the system, and then what happens? They leave high school and not even a job application they can fill out. Something is wrong with that.
All right, Herb.
Unfortunately, Ras and panel members, we've had this conversation before. It's like singing that song, There's a Hole in the Bucket, right? We go through all of these machinations, and then it comes back to where we have to use the bucket. But there's a hole in it. And if education is the bucket, there's a hole in it. You have missing funds. That you have the current prime minister who was in charge of the education ministry that stopped the education, free education at the University of West Indies, the program Michael Manley had started. You have so many things that are going wrong with education. When you get the Minister of Education being busted by his own people in an attempt to transfer money from an education fund into one of his funds, right? When he comes up and collects money here in the diaspora, sends it back to the education fund, and then runs into problems trying to get it into his own personal account. There is a problem We're not teaching anybody anything. There's missing textbooks, right? The basic reading, writing, and arithmetic, them things don't mean anything to some of these kids. So we have kids that are graduating, and a 40 something percent, 44 or something like that percent of these kids cannot read. They're functionally illiterate. So we cannot keep up a system of platooning our kids, giving them social promotions, and when they leave school, they can't even apply for a job properly because they probably cannot follow the application, right? They're not functionally literate on computers like they should be because the promise of broadband and computer distribution is just a promise, right? The Prime Minister's office has failed to deliver on the broadband. They go to Waterhouse and they take the broadband system and they set it up at the bus station instead of at the community centers, right? How many more communities have they done that to? Setting up the broadband instead of in homework centers at community centers, they put it in a bus station, a transportation area. My God, who's in the transportation station studying? I don't understand what they're doing. So now, 7 years ago, we briefed on safer cities by virtue of smarter communities. We briefed on how you use sports to be that pacifier, getting people together. And you once you get them together, then you can do training. Heart Foundation can come in, train some, and then the mentors and the other folks who can help kids to read and to help them to understand math and to progress in school. You can bring them in, but they didn't want to do that. They're finally doing it this year, 7 years later, when everything has seemed to have fallen apart, seemed to have crashed, right? So we don't have the mentors system set up. We don't have the police and the military as potential counselors because we have had them thrown into the communities to beat up people and to shoot people dead when the people are in a state of anarchy, right? When the people are in a state of panic. So when you say education, we have to have leadership that can lead, and we have to have people who can properly manage situations within the community. We need a proper crime plan, and we need the police to follow the crime plan. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going and you just beat up and shoot and kill people, right? We don't need
Let-
that kind of force being expanded, and when you start militarizing the police force, right? When you're dealing with a lot of mass tactical tactics and you're going in force and you're doing raids and you're holding 200 or more people in some concentration camp, and then you find out that you cannot execute uh, ZOSA or SOE under those conditions because it's against the Constitution. So we need
let me jump in and say something
justice
here.
to be
Let me let
schooled.
me
Yeah, Ratty.
let me say something here. Somebody had asked about false flag, and it goes to what Isaac was saying, that sometimes when we talk, we tend to talk to a certain set of the population, and we need to break it down to the common denominator so that everybody can understand. I agree with him wholeheartedly, and I'm guilty of that sometimes. So I need people in the chat room to hold me accountable, and they have false flag operation. Somebody mentioned that and said, "Listen, can you talk about that?" And essentially, what it is, it's where you disguise the actual source of responsibility for an act. What do I mean by that? Means that you want people to think a certain way, and so what you do is you do something that will force them to think the way that you want them to think. For example,
this shoot up at the radio station. Just for example, I'm not saying it happened this way, but what better way? What better way to get people to come onto your side if you're the radio station than to arrange that there's a shooting at a car that nobody is using or one of the old cars, right? What better way? And then now the distraction is, oh, they're going after the journalists, and not just any journalists. They're going after the journalists at Nationwide, right? I'm not saying this is what happened, but just to explain what a false flag operation is. Where you set it up so that you can condition people to think the way you would like them to think. Now, somebody mentioned that, I think it was Isaac who said degree can't eat, right? And that's true. That piece of paper can't eat. But here's my take on it. Being informed will let you understand that having a degree will make you eat. And it will also make you understand why you're not eating. And that's almost 2 million people in Jamaica not eating well at night, right? Because why? Because there is no emphasis placed on education. No matter what they tell you in Jamaica, there is no emphasis placed on it. Listen to how they speak to the people. Listen to that speech given by the Minister of Finance, not tropical rhythm, algorithm speech. Instead of them just coming out and say, listen, we made a mistake, and so you guys are going to get your pay next week or two. Him come out and him start talk about algorithm and you subtract this, and people don't understand and people don't want to hear. And that's why there's a need for a program like this program. That's why there's a need for a program like a Wayne Lonesome, like a Jeffrey Tavares and those other programs, like Andre and the other programs. Because what we're trying to do is we're trying to educate the people. And that's the first step. That's the first step. If they don't understand what's going on, then they won't be able to take affirmative action against the injustices being done to them. And that's why this program is seeking to go beyond educating them now. We're saying, oh, what we're doing is what the funds, we are going after them. We're going to look in their backgrounds and we're going to expose them. We're going to bring lawsuits against them, and we're going to bring a public relations campaign against them. That is what information is about. That is what education is about. So when I agree with you that, yes, this is a state where we are, my argument is that, okay, that's where we are, but we don't have to remain there. And so we're asking people to tune in and listen and be informed, be educated. And then once we start this movement, as somebody called critical mass, the government, that's why the government is so afraid now. They're not afraid if you come out with a scandalous type program and you talk about who's sleeping with who and this and that. They don't care about that. When you start educating people about why is it that you're not eating properly? Why is it that the money that should come to Jamaica to satisfy service delivery, it's coming, but it's not being used for that. And once they start understanding that people that they voted in to take care of them are actually taking care of themselves at the expense of these people, that's when you start this critical mass, I think. And that's when you're going to see people start saying, wait a minute, we want to hold the government accountable. So I agree that, and by the way, I'll give you an example of why you said degree can't eat. Look at the Minister of Education, Minister Favour Williams. If you didn't know that she went to Harvard with honors, if you didn't know that she left Harvard and she went to the Wharton School of Business, one of the best schools of higher education in the world. If you didn't know, if I didn't tell you this and you listened to her, you wouldn't know. No way you would have known. Because you know why? She's a square peg in a round hole. So it's one thing to be educated, but you have to find a place where you can make a contribution. And she certainly is not making a contribution in the field of education as far as school system is concerned. She's a disgrace. She's another one that we're going to do a program on, and we're going to ask for her. We're going to ask for her to do the right thing, do the honorable thing, go back into private industry, leave this business of service alone. Because some people they think because they think about the bottom line, they think of it, they think about how they can make a dollar. They don't about other people, and that's what politics is about. Other people, it's not about you. And so when I see them asking for more money, including MP Lisa Hanna saying that you get what you pay for, you should get more money. And I'm saying, what kind of nonsense is this? Nobody forced you to come into politics. You know what the pay scale was like. You had a choice. You come in and then now you want more money. And then you get more money, like now, the 200, 300%. And what are you doing? The exact same thing you were doing before you got the pay raise. The exact same thing. So people, you need to watch this like this, like this. You need to wake up and you need to start pouring in your support. And you know, there are some rich people who agree with me and they agree with the panel. And they're going to put their support into this because they see the nonsense that's going on and they're sick and tired of it. So in due course, there's no turn back. Once we start gaining momentum, and we are gaining momentum, once we get to that point, there's no turning back because the idea of doing this, the idea of wearing one of them, yeah, wait, the idea of one of them, yeah, and then vote for you is over.
You know, Mr. Rattigan, hold on, Mr. Rattigan, I am very surprised of a statement you just made that the current Minister of Education attended Wharton Business School. I'm wondering if folks watching this presentation knows that Wharton Business School, which is a part of the University of Pennsylvania, one of the most expensive schools in these United States. I think it costs about $62,000 a year for tuition to go to UPenn. And UPenn is where actually the Penn Relays is held on a yearly basis. And they have never given a scholarship to any Jamaican, whether academic or track scholarship. But that surprised me now to know that the current Minister of Education attended one of the best schools in these United States. Why is our education system the way it is then, today like this? Because if you have someone who's properly educated, then wouldn't you think that that individual would want her country to be a better educated country? He or she, whoever that person is. This is alarming, very alarming.
I should say this, Ras. Another person who went to Wharton Business School,
Donald Trump.
Donald John Trump. That's right. So not all
Well,
that
he said he went there and he attended all the classes. So
No. Put all jokes aside. It is said that Donald Trump. It is said that Donald Trump attended Fordham University. It is also said that he bought his way through Fordham. So I wouldn't be surprised if he bought his way through Wharton Business School at UPenn. So I mean, you mentioned it, but hey, it's like a joke, huh?
But here's the thing. A minister favor. But here's the thing. A minister favor Williams to former President Trump, and you know why? Because I don't think she came from a family that could buy her way through school. I think she went there and they're on merit. Donald Trump went there on contacts, right? She went there on merit. But what I'm saying is that when you look at where she's been and you say, okay, this person has the skill set, she has the acumen, she should now have the desire and the power to take care of the children in Jamaica so that they could aspire to be where she is. And then you see that not happening. You see her doing the opposite of that. Then you start saying to yourself, what is she doing there? What is she doing there? Now, first of all, she's a square peg in a round hole because she shouldn't be in the Ministry of Education. And if you, people, listen to me, if you disbelieve the things I'm saying about this lady, I only have one thing to say to you. Go and look at the YouTube, town hall meeting that she did last year at JC. Go and watch that for yourself and tell me if you believe that she should be or she should still remain the minister. First of all, if she should have ever been the Minister of Education. The Prime Minister didn't want to leave her alone because he said, this woman can't answer the questions. This woman, and when people say you're a dunce, it's relative. Because, for example, I'm a dunce when it comes to engineering. I don't know anything about engineering. I'm ignorant. So if somebody say you're a dunce and it comes, I accept that. Well, this woman is a dunce when it comes to education. The Ministry of Education, she's a complete dunce. She has no business being there. And I'm telling you, Time is will do a program on her, and And we may even bring a lawsuit against her. Continue to watch, continue to contribute, continue to encourage, and continue to be inspired. John, your turn, sir. John
Yeah,
is not
something
there.
that I
John.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you
Yeah.
hear me? All right.
Yes.
Back to something that Isaac
Yes.
said about he doesn't understand some of the big issues that I'm talking about. So when I talk about we spent 400 billion on debt that went down by 20 billion. So if you send that to a journalist, straight away you'd expect them to investigate that. It's not my job to do that. It's for them to then look at this and think, is this true? Investigate it and report it to the people, because it does matter. Education is grossly underfunded because of this mismanagement of the money, the mismanagement of the economy, sorry. We have an economy that is dependent on the service sector, tourism and BPO. And we know for a fact that it cannot take the country forward. We know that, the history is there. We have a GDP per capita, a third of little Barbados. It's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment. That should never happen. So if we can change these things, which can easily be done, can be done. I said we invest simply in renewable energy. We turn to better agriculture, and we make sure we start building our farm roads so the people in rural areas of farm can bring their produce from the hills to the market. Simple. And people might say, well, where are we going to get the money from? There's nearly 4.2 billion US sitting in the reserves, doing nothing. No need for it to be there. No need for it. You can pull a face, Isaac. You tell me, okay, then what's better? You invest, right? You can invest in something that pays for itself in 4 years, or you try and build up your reserves. Your house is leaking. Your roof is leaking. Right? Hold on. Your roof is leaking. You and your wife in there gonna get wet up and you're picking them can't go to school, right? And you say, oh, I'm going to leave the roof leaking because I hear there's going to be a hurricane. So I'm going to leave it just in case of a hurricane. Or do you fix the roof? Which one do? You fix the bloody roof, don't you? You cannot be saving money when you can invest. I'm not talking about spending. I'm talking about simple investment. Investments that will pay for themselves in a few years. Not only just pay for themselves, what they're going to generate. Going to generate better education. We're going to have proper solid waste management, but we don't have. We're going to have water, because we don't have water everywhere because of JPS. The Prime Minister admitted it. He said that the reason why we don't have water is because of high energy bills. He said it and Samuda said it. So these are things that can easily be refixed. And then you're going to tell me that the journalists, that's their job. It's not for me to be on this platform talking about it. I know my limitations. This is not my strong point coming on here talking like this. I've done my little bit of research, and then I pushed it out to journalists and other people and environmentalists for them to take it forward, or people like you, Isaac, who should take it forward. You're shaking your head. Look at education. There are the breaches of the Human Rights Act in education. In 2019, the UN, well, before 2019, the UN got together with all the best brains in the world when it comes to education. They went down to Ivory Coast and put together the Abidjan Principles. And they tell you, let me read it what it says actually, to get it correct. Oops. Right. The Abidjan Principles were created to clarify the applicable international human rights legal standards for education. Jamaica breaches them. It breaches them. It has 10 overarching principles. One of them states that a government is obligated to fund education to the best of its ability. The government does not do that by keeping schools on the grid. It's redirecting money from education to JPS. Full stop. In the Education Act in Jamaica, it says that the parents, the wishes of parents should be listened to, something like that. If parents then turn around and say that, okay, then we do want We do want solar power schools because we know that will deliver better education and probably reduce fees. It should be done. So people should, like you, Isaac, should be out there telling, because you should be out there saying to your poor people, look, if you want better education, here's something you can do. You can all rally together and write to the government and say that, look, on the section, I can't remember what section it is, but in the Education Act, your voice must be listened to. That's what it says in the Education Act. So we can do that. So there are all these things that we can do, but the problem is nobody wants to do them. Everybody wants to sit back and not do anything. Nobody knows me. I come on this platform, I've done the research, so I know these things. I believe they can work. All it needs is for people now to think, hang on, is this Lennon guy, is he making any sense? Let me just look into it. That's all I'm asking for, nothing more. It's not for me to come on here. I said I've delivered all this information about bauxite, education, the debt, energy. Right, yeah, go on, Nigel.
Don, I needed to know that I appreciate everything that you're saying. When it comes to application of everything that you're saying, the infrastructure is simply not in place. I'm not mocking you when I say this. I just
What
want
infrastructure?
to
What infrastructure?
exactly. I'm giving you the conversations that you get what you pay for. The people who are supposed to do it is the government. It certainly is not me. I am not the person who's supposed to do it.
Yeah, but the people put the government, put the parliamentarians
No, but
in power.
and the people who remain hungry are going to do what they have to do when the time comes. If them can get a box of
That's because they're uneducated and we're not telling them.
No.
We're not telling them the truth. If we go out there and tell them, they will turn and then kick out the parliamentarians. The fact is that they're uneducated and they're ignorant. That's the system. The system keeps them ignorant. What did Thomas Jefferson say about education? If you don't educate people, you can control them. You keep them in your power. And that's what they do. We've kept the people uneducated. All I'm saying is, here are solutions for us to remedy this situation. And it can be remedied.
You know, gentlemen, where did we go wrong? Where did we go wrong with our education system? And before I even go any further, just on a lighter note, just to break the conversation for a moment here. Let's say congratulations to the young 19-year-old Coco Gauff. She just won the US Open. 19 years old, the youngest.
Why have you told me that, Ras Climb?
No. Hold on, John. Hold on. I have to bring that up because on my program, when I do radio, I cover everything. And we're covering quite a few subject matter this evening. And the fact that this is historic, I would remiss if we didn't mention that this evening. But going back to my question, in terms of education, where did we go wrong with education in Jamaica? Because to me, it seems as if when you go back and you look at the 60s and the 70s, you look at the primary school, you look at the prep schools in Jamaica, you look at Common Entrance that was created by Norman Manley, you look at the fact that we did GCE, O levels and stuff like that. It seems as if when civics was taken out of the education system, it seems as if when we veered off into the CXC and all of that, it seems as if when we eliminated secondary schools in Jamaica and went straight high schools and junior high schools, we lost something. And hence, 30 years later, this is what we have. So again, Council Buchanan, you live there in Jamaica. Maybe you could bring us up to speed with what's really going on with our education system, because we're losing it and we're losing it fast.
So
I live here as well, you know.
I can answer
Last
that.
time I lived here.
Let me just answer this. Education is supposed to be free. Free. And I don't care how it pay for. I don't want to hear that we don't have the budget John, I never wanted to sound like I was picking on you and mocking you, but when you say how much millions is in the reserve, I would just right now I'd probably kill over if you tell me say you go check the reserve and nothing not in there. Them just tell you say there and it not there. So every time you say we have 400 million, I want to say, who tell you that? Because they would have to open an investigation and we'd have to hire people and pay about $50 million to find out who take that the money there. But listen, leave me out of that one. When I tell you, say, when education is concerned, listen, I'm a product of Jamaican education. If I have to tell another man who is a Negro like me, you don't even have to have rasta upon your head, that I would have gone to hell and back, and it's education where I can run my mouth, where I can read the comments and people say me chat too much. Education is what I'm a product of that. I'm a product of common entrance. I'm the product of mental ability. I'm the product of civics. I'm a product of learning to think for myself from the Jamaican education system, where the same teachers that we're talking about run you out of class and tell you say you're done and now no use. But you were learning something. If you can't see that for yourself, that education is why there is a Isaac Buchanan. I don't know what else to tell you. So my mother, she's a no-nonsense person, Dr. Joan Portius, and she will tell you, you know, and my grandmother will tell you, and we hear these all the time. A good silver and gold will vanish away, but a good education will never decay. I'm not gonna be,
Your father said that. Your father said that. Your father
but
said
you
that.
probably did hear it from my mother. So I give her credit.
Okay. Oh, you
But
hear it from your
yeah,
mother.
yeah, because listen, me no have a problem to tell everybody say me don't. If you think say somebody is a square in a round peg, I law me can talk law, but anything else means a big dummy. Can you imagine me in government and somebody say, hey, you go run Ministry of Finance. I barely can use a calculator. Listen, people, understand your strengths and understand your weaknesses. But where education is concerned, we have to learn to direct people to where their strengths are. How this government is running, when I hear Rattigan talk about the well-educated, and Flavor Williams is a bright human being. She's very intelligent. She's probably not the best speaker, but it's the same thing like somebody say, listen, Isaac, put on the Jamaican clothes and go run the 100 meter because you're one good lawyer. I'm going to say, yes, Rattigan, because you boost me up. I promise you this. When I come in at 2 minutes and 36 seconds, when you're going to know, say, you're not going to shame. That's what's happening in government. People are being put where they don't know nothing. Our Minister of Security, who should be the health minister, is the security minister. So all you can do is
Hold on a
put
second, Isaac. Hold on, Herb. Jump in, Herb.
thanks.
Let me hear from you. Herb.
Not hearing you, Herb. Unmute your mic.
Herb.
Mr. Nelson?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, in regards to Ras's question, and I'm just going through to see what's out there officially. Children's lack of access to high schools in Jamaica. Jamaica is fulfilling only 70% of what it should be fulfilling for the right to education based on the country's level of income, right? Lack of access to quality education is caused by certain poverties in certain area. Poverty continues to be one of the key issues and contributing factors preventing many young people from advancing academically. So you have all of these things that it talks about when you do a Google search. But the main problem, as I see it, is that the monies that were given are budgeted for education. Those monies have been robbed from these kids. The last one was Dr. Grace McLean last year when the government sent her home, right? When $124 million came up missing. and she was the acting permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education. Now, my thing is, where did that money go, and is it taking 2 years to investigate that case? They keep running out the clock. We keep spending the kids' money on stuff like the partying on board the ship where the marine university is, the parties that that chancellor of that school, as well as Royal Reed, they used to party a whole lot, spend a lot of money, right? But this was the kids' money they were spending. Corruption, gentlemen and ladies out there, corruption is the number one problem that is killing all of our ministries. Corruption in the health ministry, corruption in the education ministry, corruption in the office of the prime minister. So if the fish rots at the edge, what do you expect? Nothing is going to change. We have to get rid of the rot, and then we have to do something else, which is to get people of integrity in office who can take the plans that we have and make those plans work. Right? When you have kids out in the Bauxite area where John is, they're going to school, high school, and right next to them is a pond with chemical waste. What's the waste out there, John? That the kids are going to school right next to, and they're getting sick every day.
The Charlemont High School.
Charlemont High School,
Yeah.
right? So we're not taking care. We're not showing the concern that we should for our population. People are busy stealing, right? And nobody's coming up with answers. Nobody's going to jail for stealing. I said you should have a bumper crop of clients if they investigated and arrested all these people that been stealing left, right, and center. But it's not happening. So who's covering up for these people?
Good question. I need to hurry up so I can defend them.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Let me just go back to this busy stealing business here. There was a report, I think it was yesterday, the day before, about cars that were impounded, that the parts were stolen. I mean, they were basically cannibalized on government property. And nobody, they said 70% of the cars were actually stolen. I mean, cannibalized. And there's no investigation so far. Nothing. All right. When you talk about corruption and stealing, then the farm roads that should have received funding, where is that money? Nobody knows where that money is, but the money apparently was disbursed. But the money hasn't been, we don't see evidence of it. All right. Then here is something that's going to grab the viewer's attention. There is something in Jamaica called Access to Information Act of 2002. That's a law that says that you can get information about what your government is doing. There are some exceptions that they can't give you, right? But here's a problem with it. I reached out to a person assigned to the office of the Prime Minister who basically runs this program. I reached out to those folks over there. There it is. And I asked them, I sent a request for them to come on the program and teach people how to get that information. And you know what happened? They turned it down. They wouldn't let and talk, because again, it's information that's going to matter. Because once people know that, hey, I can get information from the government, even when they tell me they're not going to tell me, I can still file and get information from them to find out what's going on. They don't want that to happen. So that's why education is so key. And that's why you need to tune into a program like this, people, because we show art. Pull it over me. Kevin, let me show the people, let me show the folks something here with this law. Something add to stream. Can you pull it over? It's not. All right. While Kevin is working on the law over, so I can show it to the people. Let me just. Is this it? Okay. I think it's coming up now. While it's coming up, let me just say this. And I have to go back to Chairman Rowan James. We're talking about fighting crime and the crime rate that it's almost 1,000 people dead. So thanks, Kevin. What Chairman James did was he made a proposal to the government, and he said, listen, actually to the JCF, the high command folks, he should be fully implemented in Jamaica to address the crime issue. SOE, where people, the opposition is not there, supporting that. Hold on.
Loud and clear. Continue, man. It was just a shift on the screen.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we are.
All right. So, right. So he told.
That's weird.
They don't work. They don't annihilation, and that's what they're doing because they don't have the money to support the Zozo. They don't have the money to support
Rattigan, you went.
And so what they're doing, because
Ratty,
you went out for a second.
You
if
went
you could just
out.
repeat that.
Repeat the last
What you
30
said,
seconds of what you said.
Okay.
Just repeat it. You don't have to bring the image back. Just repeat what you said about the image. You're hanging up. We can't hear you.
Mr. Rattigan is frozen.
Yeah, he's frozen.
All right.
I think
go ahead. You guys
just...
can go ahead and talk.
I think Mr. Rattigan is playing. Mr. Rattigan is playing Mitch McConnell here, and we hope that's not what he's doing. Mr. Rattigan, every time you pull up an image and show the facts, it seems as if here we go again.
He gets jammed. Yeah.
Yes, he gets jammed. So maybe we could do this without the images when Mr. Rattigan puts it up. You know, John, you talk about dollars and cents. There's a report in the Gleaner today, and Council Buchanan, there is money in Jamaica, because there's a report in the Gleaner today that it's reported by the tourism minister, Edmund Bartlett, that Jamaica saw its strongest summer ever, earning 1.5 billion US dollars. Jamaica equivalent 232 billion Jamaican dollars from 1 million visitors. So there's money in Jamaica. We have enough money to educate, to pay for education. We have enough money to pay for national security and all of that. So at the end of the day, John, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
There's money there. There's money there.
All right. Well, I tell you what. They talk about the tourism industry bringing in money. Ask yourself the question: where is that benefit? Where is that 1.2 billion in what the summer?
1.5.
1.5 billion US dollars,
Yeah.
232 billion Jamaican dollars.
Yeah, but where does it
Where
go
is that
though?
money in Jamaica?
Okay, you
That
can.
money is not in Jamaica.
No. Hold on, gentlemen, because I'm not sure if the panel understands this. There is a fee that when you travel to Jamaica, at one point that fee was 25 US dollars, equivalent from anywhere you're coming from. That fee is up to over $60 US dollars now. So if you have 1 million tourists landing in Jamaica over the summer, and the government of Jamaica collected that 60 US dollars from each passenger, that is the money that we should be concerned about. That money stays in Jamaica or should stay in Jamaica. That is what we should be concerned about. We don't know where the rest of it go, but there is enough money that has been paid to the government of Jamaica or the airport, the port authority in Jamaica to use their facility. Who gets that money? That's what we should be asking.
Yeah, you know what, Ras Climb? Pretty soon, like I said, once this foundation starts up and all, it's over because I'm getting information about certain individuals in the tourism sector at the highest levels, right? That when you look at the salary that they're making and you look at where they're living or where they've invested, there is no correlation between the salary. And by the way, these people that I'm talking about, they didn't win the lottery. They didn't get a bequest, meaning nobody, they're not getting no dead left. Nobody not dead left and give them any wealth or anything like that. All they have is just this job. And somehow they're living high off the hog. Them have some beautiful places where them have, and we're going to expose that too. And not only that, not only are we going to expose, we're going to, as I said, we're going to bring the lawsuits. But basically, it's unjust enrichment. Essentially, that's what it is, right? Because that money that they're spending, that money belongs to the people of Jamaica. It belongs to the people of Jamaica. And when you have people who freely just take the money and do all kinds of things with the money, and then the poor people sit down and the poor people add to their own demise by accepting it, partly because they don't know what's going on and they don't know how to go about getting the information. So that's why, and I'm keep driving this point home. That's why we're here. We're here to educate. We're here to inform. We're here to inspire. We're here to have people form coalitions and say, look, let's ask the right questions and hold people accountable, because for far too long that's never happened. But it's a new day. We cannot afford to have that happen. No, we might not go. No, we not go Harvard, and we not go University of Pennsylvania. We not go Stanford, and we not go there. But the one thing we know, we have common sense. We have common sense around here, and we know foolishness when we see it. We know it when we see it, and so it's our job now to follow the tradition of a man like Marcus Garvey and teach our people. But the sad part is when you teach our people, because you know the people in power, they've been colonized, and they're no part of the colonizing group. And so what we're having now, we're not having people from England doing this to us, or people from there doing this. We're having our own people doing this to us. Own people. But you know what? There's a passion that's arousing the people right now. And along with the education, along with the information, things are going to change. John.
Mr. Rattigan, your microphone is chipping in and out. Maybe you could check on that. And yeah, you can check on that. And I don't want you to knock the University of Pennsylvania. And I've been going there for 40 years now for pen relays. Let's keep it real. Huh? But on a serious note, I think it's all of us, Mike, at this point. Can you guys hear me clearly?
Your microphone problem.
Yes, I think we're having a microphone problem now. Another sabotage of the program this evening. Just saying. Herb, say something, Herb. Say something, Herb.
I was muted and come back now. Can you hear me clearly?
I can hear
I
you.
can hear. I can hear you. What is it?
Yeah, there's some feedback somewhere.
You have to mute your microphone. Mute your microphone.
Will, you're breaking up. Will, you're breaking up. And there's an echo.
Definite echo.
Isaac, can you hear?
Yeah, I'm hearing everybody, but I'm hearing the echo. So I know that it's the connection.
I think the conversation was getting a little bit too warm. It was getting a little bit too educational. And folks, sometimes it's just a little joke. I know you have the right to knock any institution you want to knock, but the mere fact that we do attend the Premier League on a yearly basis, I was just putting that out there as a little joke. But Mr. Rattigan, your technical support team should check on this. The echo is from all of us.
Mic check. Mic. Nobody not hear me now.
We're hearing you, but your mic is doing the same thing that everybody's echoing.
Oh, the same thing. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Someone is saying that we need our own radio station. I think we're working on that, with the transition from us leaving WVIP. We're looking to own our own radio station pretty soon. And when that happens, the community will know, the diaspora will know, and you will still get your regular guests like Mr. Herb Nelson Jr., Mr. Will Rattigan, and we're gonna have to bring in attorney Buchanan and our friend down there in Jamaica, John. We're gonna have to start bringing in John on these dials here in North America. So stay tuned, folks. It's coming. It's coming.
And somebody brought up here that the Mexicans own the airports in Jamaica. That they're saying asking what percentage of the profits that are made by the tourism, what percentage have to go to the Mexicans at the airport? If those that $60 fee is being paid at the airport, what percentage do they get? You have any idea?
They shouldn't get any of it. That's from the Ministry of Finance. So they shouldn't get anything. Every dollar should come into the coffers of the Ministry of Finance.
Yeah,
it's the tax.
I thought that in a situation like that, every dollar goes through the Treasury, and the Treasury then redirects who gets what.
Yeah.
After the taxes is taken out.
No, that is a tax. The what's it called? It's called a travel tax when you land at the airport. Yeah, and that money should go directly to the Treasury.
Okay, but how does that impact the Mexican ownership?
Well, it doesn't. I mean, I'm not with you. I don't understand your question. I mean,
I don't know what type of contract they have, because they actually run the airport system. So if they're running the airport system,
yeah,
managing the airport, and they are the ones that put out the money to maintain the airport. How much of the airport fees are they entitled?
No, remember when you buy your ticket, you pay for the travel tax, don't you? So that money doesn't actually go through the airport.
Mm. Seems like the only airport we are free and clear on is the Ian Fleming Airport, owned and operated by Airports Authority of Jamaica.
Yeah,
But the international one,
it's a
the
loss making
international,
airport. The echo, it's terrible.
Her mic actually sounds fine, you know. But if everybody would mute when the other person is like listening.
okay. So the sound was coming over well.
The sound is terrible. We can't continue like this because I can't hear you guys. You can't hear me, and the viewing audience and the listening audience they can't hear us. So what we're going to do, we're going to have to go to, we're going to have to go.
No man, Rattigan, maybe you should try re-signing in because every time when you are not on, they are clear.
Yeah, Kevin, go ahead.
No, I was saying when you are not on, everybody is clear. I don't know if you want to re-sign it or refresh your thing.
Yeah, Kevin is doing that right now.
Okay.
Yeah, he did, and the song is still the same.
I didn't hear that, Will. What did you hear that, Will? Will.
Yeah.
Repeat what you just said.
No, I said, Kevin, refresh and then put me back on, and then it's the same. It's the same. It's no different.
Yeah.
Kevin,
Yeah. Gotten pretty bad.
It's terrible.
No, that he's off. I'm
you
not
sound
hearing the
very
echo.
clear.
I
Yeah,
know
you're
you are clear. Everybody's clear. That's what I'm saying.
Everybody's clear, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if his mic is actually hot.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, when you were off, it was very clear. So I think it's a retransmission from your locator.
Oh.
I think Miss Johnson may have your number.
Will, you need to sign off again.
He's probably talking to Kevin.
Oh wow. Herb, is it still breaking up on your end?
No.
Right. So it's clear again. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what's happening there.
Yeah, I can hear both you and Herb now.
Yeah, it's very clear.
Oh.
Ras, you're clear too?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, it's regularized now.
Yeah, we all sound regular.
It's good now.
It's better.
Yeah. But I don't know if Will can speak.
He's good now. Yeah, he's
Mike.
good.
Mike.
Yeah, you're good. You sound
You're
clear.
good now. You can get back to bashing. Go ahead.
You guys can hear me?
Yeah,
Loud and clear.
Yeah,
You're
but
clear.
now I'm hearing you, but it's scratchy. I'm hearing all of you and it's scratchy, but you can hear me clear, right?
Clearly.
Very clear.
All right. Well, I guess we'll just continue. But I can hear when you guys speak. It's very what's the word? Yeah, it's very distorted on my end. I can't hardly hear you. But
We're
anyway,
hearing you.
Rattigan, go
We're
ahead.
hearing
Go
you.
ahead. Talk anyway.
We're hearing you loud and clear. It seems as if there's something happening on your end, and I see where folks are now calling for next week. You should change the streaming access. You mentioned it at the top of the program at 3 o'clock, so maybe it's something that you should look into. These subject matters are too important for us not to be able to be heard clearly by the viewers and listeners to these presentations. So we certainly hope that next week, when you come back, there'll be no such issues as we speak. Herb, say something. Let me see what's from your end.
Yeah, I'm hearing you very well, and we it just seems when we touch on an important topic, then things start to deteriorate fast.
That's true, but I mean, it's regularized now. The streaming is long. I think we've been on for about 4 hours. So
Yeah.
maybe there was just a glitch in the system. So I guess we just should just continue.
Okay.
Will, can you hear us?
Well, I don't think he can
No.
hear. He might be.
Even clear off.
Yeah, I can hear. Go ahead. Talk again.
Yeah.
Yeah, man,
Minister.
you're clear. I think everything is clear now.
Yeah. The there's a problem here. The problem is that the sound coming from all of you is very distorted.
Okay.
Somebody said we must continue. Somebody said me had the issue.
Yeah. Well,
You were
what she
very
means
clear
is
then, Will.
your retransmission from your location is what was causing the problem.
Mhm.
But can you understand what we're saying when you speak? Your audience is saying we're loud and clear.
No, I'm not hearing them.
We can hear you, Will.
But he's having a problem hearing us. That's the problem.
Ras Climb, sorry, where are you? Where in America?
Yes, I'm here in North America. I'm here in New York, in the Westchester County area. So, Mr. Buchanan, could you bring us up to speed while we await Mr. Rattigan on any further information on the incident that took place at Nationwide office yesterday?
Oh,
Anything you can report?
no, so we don't investigate crime that fast. But I do know that I was just saying that we should refrain from the unnecessary speculations. And in terms of it has become politically hot unnecessarily. And I think that what I was saying earlier is that we lose sight of the fact that somebody really could have gotten injured, and I'm not following it up beyond that, save and except
Right.
nobody was hurt, and
Right.
that is the most important thing, and it's a reality that we, in terms of crime, we simply don't have a handle on crime. So that it's now getting to spaces where we would not have expected it to be. And that's the key thing that shouldn't be missed.
you know, it's a sad day in Jamaica because you know we grew up in Jamaica listening to a lot of talk radio, listening to a lot of informational radio. You know, the likes of the Multi Perkins of the world and the Barbara Glued, and may they all rest in peace. Uh, the Ronnie Tweets of the world, and I mean, all those open mic programs in Jamaica. And we have never really heard of anything like this. So it's a sad time, and I think that's when I look back and I just think about the question I asked earlier on about tribalism in Jamaica, and we have gotten so tribal, and we're gonna have to fix it. We're gonna have to find a way to fix it by any means necessary. I know it's gonna be difficult, but we're gonna have to find a way to fix it, huh?
That is true. Like I said, I was just from my perspective because I don't know. I don't think outside of critically in terms of without more information. I don't even think big strip it down. I don't think it is a tribal thing, except that the response is tribal because we do have crime every day and we don't know the full facts of what happened. So to make it a political football is what is unfortunate. And passing judgment and making just some hasty remarks and it's very emotive and that don't really take place in the in where law is concerned and people is going to be very upset. Yeah, I don't know. I think give me the go and give the presentation. Um, I don't want to detract from that. What I was looking for.
I
Understandable.
think the only solution is to have a brand new constitution written by the people for the people, and then we'll get rid of all the corrupt politicians for a start. But we need a new constitution.
Well, you know, with a constitutional reform ministry in place, we do hope that that is the intention. With a
No,
constitutional reform committee in place, we do hope that is the mission. With the prime minister saying over a year ago that Jamaica is moving on and moving on from the monarchy. We do hope that the current constitution that we have in Jamaica, it came out of Buckingham Palace when Jamaica signed that agreement on August 6, 1962. And with all of this being said now about Jamaica becoming a republic, it means that there is hope. There is hope that there will be a new constitution.
but there won't be because it's going to be written by the JLP and the PNP, and it's impossible. It's impossible. It's not possible.
Which is why I'm surprised that we there's this excitement about a new constitution as if something is wrong with the old one. And so that's why certainly I came on the program to speak about what's in the current constitution and the importance of it. And when something isn't broke, we shouldn't be in any rush to fix it. And without
And
proper public education, it's a very big problem that we are worried about surface issues. Um, and if you know the power of this constitution, I marvel at the constitution because I tell you, it was a mistake on their part. I have to say it this way because it gave power to the people, and the government is not happy about the power that the people have, especially the ease at which you can access your constitutional rights. So when we want to rewrite the constitution for ceremonial niceties, it is of no moment. And so people must think about it. We have too many things that need fixing before we go and strip ourselves of protections that I don't think any government in their right mind would have fathomed or even thought that they were giving the people this power if they understood what was in it.
So, counsel, you think there's no issue with our current constitution?
There's absolutely nothing in relation to human rights. So unless the constitutional committee or whatever they're calling themselves, I don't follow it, so I don't really know the correct name or term for it. But unless they're saying that the Charter of Rights, the Chapter 3, is going to remain as robust and rights oriented as it is now, everything else can stay.
Really?
Yeah, I would never sacrifice Chapter 3 of the Constitution for a new Constitution. So unless it's going to be replicated where Section 13(2)(b) makes it clear, any Constitution that protects human rights and make a clear distinction and says the citizen is the human and the servants and the government is the creatures, the beasts, the creatures, the animals of the Constitution, I don't think you need to fix it.
Okay, so I understand over the years that there have been amendments made to the Constitution of Jamaica. So how could we sit here today, 61 years later,
Yes.
61 years later, knowing that our Prime Minister or our Governor General
Yes.
is not the true head of state of Jamaica, and we're going to sit by and accept the fact that a constitution which was written originally by the folks who enslaved us, by the folks who colonized us.
Right.
And we're going to say there's nothing wrong with that constitution?
No, so let me so I don't know if you're hearing me. So let me repeat myself. Chapter 3 includes what we call the Charter of Rights, which is what I came to speak about. It's only 12 years old. It was amended in 2011, and there were the rights violations that took place post 2011 is something that can't continue. And never before in the history of this country has rights been defended as it has been in the modern world. We have the most progressive constitution in terms of human rights.
So put chapter 3 aside. Take a look at the rest of the constitution.
Which is what I said. Unless they're telling me that chapter 3 remains untouched, I have no conversation. I could, if you want to keep the king, the queen, if you want to keep whoever, Mother Teresa, Gandhi, Buddha himself, it matters not. Unless you keep the recent amendment, which is the reason why the government cannot just destroy the people. I have no conversation about it. I'm not having no conversation about constitutional amendments without an assurance that the charter will not be touched.
Okay, so let's see where we go from here. Let's see where we go with the new ministry headed up by former Attorney General Marlene Malahoo Fort. Let's see where we go with the new Constitutional Committee, and let's see what comes from it. Because Chapter 3, as you said, you want it to remain. It came online. It went in effect in 2011. Let's see what changes we get moving forward.
Well,
but I said there won't be the changes that we need. For a start, we need to protect our resources.
Thank you.
Our bauxite would be given away if we had a real constitution. We wouldn't have private investors benefiting from renewable energy in this country if we had a real constitution. And the first thing I would have in a constitution is that somehow it'd be written that we're going to lock up all the parliamentarians if they're corrupt. If they're found to be corrupt, it'll be in the constitution that they will go to court. If they're found guilty of enrichment, then they'll find themselves in prison. And that should be in the constitution. I would have in there.
No, I can't. I can't disagree with you. You know, the funny thing about it is that I don't think people in power would legislate law that would get them in trouble. I just don't think that.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that's
that's
a different, that's a completely different conversation. But
But
ideally, it would be very interesting if, especially in light of the fact that salaries, they got the salaries that they want, and so with all that benefit should come some robust responsibility, zero tolerance, and I mean, countries that prosecute politicians for corruption are the ones that strive. So if we're not, if there's no question in my mind that there will be no contemplation and consideration to say that I, as a leader, I'm willing to put myself to prosecution and
well, exactly.
put it there. I didn't even want to mention it, but Singapore did it, and look where they are now. It is doable, but as I said, it's a matter for people. Politicians, there are politicians like Michael Manley who love the people, and the country was going in a direction, and that had changed. I don't know. I can't speak for nobody else after that, but it is what it is.
As an attorney, Constable Buchanan,
Will, can you mute your mic, please? We're getting a bad feedback again. Ras Climb, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, John. I can hear you loud and clear. Counsel, have you ever heard about or heard of any politician in Jamaica who have ever been arrested and convicted for corruption? Has that ever happened?
It has happened long time back in the days, but I mean that's not. I guess it's not something in commonplace. We have something within the Constitution, although it's not written, the doctrine of separations of powers, and that's why it's so important that the judiciary remains independent from the executive, and the executive remains independent from the parliament, and all of those things. These things are so important for good governance. When there starts to be concerns and the public loses confidence in as to whether or not there is an overlap in that aspect, the progress of the country loses its teeth. So I'm not commenting on that. Safe to say that public perception will always be important.
Ross, you said that, I mean, you use the term hope. We can't, hope's no good to us, is it? They're not going to do, as I said, they're not going to create the constitution that we need. They're going to create the constitution for themselves. As I said, the first thing in the constitution should be that every parliamentarian, past and present, should be audited to find out if they're fit for office. That would be the first thing in the Constitution. And if that was in the Constitution, then we'd have a complete clear out of Parliament, and that will never happen. So we'll never get the impossible for them to give us the Constitution that we need. We'll be still signed up to the IMF and the World Bank and the IDB that we still screw in Jamaica. It's impossible. They cannot give us the constitution we need. How are we going to get the constitution we need? I don't know. What's going to be delivered isn't what we want or need. That is a big problem.
We agree 100%, John, and that's why I'm saying if something isn't broke, there shouldn't be a rush to fix it, and that's just not the way, the approach we should take in terms of trying to fix this issue. I mean, that's just my take on it. Several persons just think that we need to we need to do away with the king, and we need to do away with this, and we need to do away with that. Those things are all ceremonial. So it's a matter for the people, and it's through public education, because certainly it's not what I want, it's what the people and the masses think they need. That's what is important.
Good governance and accountability. One, Why is it so hard for us to achieve this in a little country such as Jamaica? And two, why is it every time there is one of these conversation about moving Jamaica forward, there's always a mention of Singapore? Can anyone take that on?
Well, the Singapore question, if you recall, when NIA was established, it was the hallmark speech that Dr. Monroe gave. And he addressed the fact that Singapore established ground rules very early, and that none of the ministers were allowed to continue as ministers if they broke any of those ground rules. And the then prime minister, I'm trying to remember his name as we speak, he held everybody accountable, and he had a lot of transparency. What Jamaica failed to do is to follow up on the very same plan that was outlined in 1962, that Jamaica could have held people accountable and not fall into the trap of corruptive practices. We fell into our own traps, and we have failed the people of Jamaica. We have failed them now to the point where people are actually dying. We cannot protect our population. One of the tenets that government has for good governance is your population must be secure in their homes and in the streets overall in the country. And that's not happening. We're nowhere close to that. Singapore, on the other hand, is very strict. You show up trafficking drugs in Singapore, you will hang. I don't know of too many cases where they let people off the hook. And that kid who they told you cannot pee in the streets, American kid, he broke the rules. He peed in the streets. And they whipped his butt with them cat o' nine tails, right? Which is what discipline is all about, right? I'm sure they had adequate toilets, public toilets, and public areas that he could have gone to, but he just decided he was just going to do it there and then. But this is the problem we have in Jamaica. We have a lot of indiscipline. People don't want to follow the rules. Yeah. Now, where's all that feedback coming from? Yeah. But pretty much if our kids were forced, and I don't know how you guys think about this, we had something here in the US called a draft. And everybody had to go into the military, whether it was the National Guard, Air National Guard, whether it was the Army, Navy, Air Force. But you learn a sense of discipline, and you learn a sense of loyalty to God and to country. Now, Jamaica is so indisciplined. One of the suggestions was, and in Florida, they had a program where drill sergeants ran our juvenile delinquents through a military style basic camp. I've said in the past that if you had that basic camp and you could then bring in a Chinese style re-education program, in other words, you drill in people's heads the civics that they missed out on in school, and you drill the personal responsibility, adherence to certain rules and regulations for the good of the country, so people would think about each other, not themselves. I believe that it would begin to change people's minds. And in doing so, you have to do certain things on a social level. Like you may have to designate certain plots of land so people can plant their food grow their own food, do all of these things, because in the very near future, with the advent of AI and machine learning, we're going to have a hard time holding certain jobs that will be replaced by machinery, automation, or by computing, which includes AI and machine learning. So we have to plan for the future, and we have to plan now. We can't wait 5-10 years down the road, right? So this is how I'm looking at things right now. I'm looking out on the horizon, and these are the things that we have to pay attention to. And I know what you said, I said that these things are for 2030 or for 2050, right? But brother, when it hits, if it hits our people here in the U.S. who are well educated and they lose their jobs to a machine or to a computer programming, I think these people are going to head back home. So the big squeeze is going to be on when they come home, because the jobs that other people in Jamaica wanted to look forward to, they're going to be bumped by people who have experience and who have the education, and they can't compete with that. So
That's exactly what Jamaica needs.
folks need
That's we need the best of us left.
What's your
And people
opinion on that, Ras?
people keep forgetting that. So when I see the disrespect for that the diaspora, I just smile, because the best of us left. And
Okay, so
there's not enough to keep the minds here.
mhm.
And that's it. That how when we begin to change, that is going to be so it is a selfless act, Put me in a position to change it. I'm telling people, you put me in a position to change it, it's not gonna happen in my lifetime. It's not for me, it's for my kids, it's for your kids, it's for your grandkids. We have to take a position that we are changing the trajectory, and some of us will not live to see it. We won't see it. And I'm not talking about revolution, I'm talking about putting things in place, literally saying, hey, we are 60 and it's going to take 60 to talk about it. And some of us will only be in the history books as setting the wheel in motion. And if Jamaica ever be spoken about like Singapore, it's because some of us were disciplined enough to know that, listen, money has no value. That's why John can speak about billions and trillions, and I just scratch my head, because I know that, listen, collectively, when the Ministry of Tourism is bragging about the billions of dollars that was made from tourism, and the tourism workers broke and hungry, and the people who sell the Rasta man with the parts and the crackery and the craft, there's no access for them to be selling to the people. These things are not abstract. So until we give access for everything, so a man knows that, listen, it's okay to be a craftsman, it's okay to be an artist, it's okay to be other things. So the people who really have a passion to do their job will be able to do it. We're gonna always be in the back end. And so when I speak of it, I know John has said all of the solutions. Will it be put into motion? No, because there won't be room for unjust enrichment. There won't be room for you to one up on your brother. There won't be room to have your slaves and your beggars and your dependents, so you can be some shadow don and call it something else. So you can lock up all the people who you say are dons and disruptive, so you can replace them and do the same thing. I'm not for that. It's one life we have. Jamaica is too small, and the most important commodity that Jamaica has is the people. And so you cast them aside until they can win a gold medal from you. You have everything bad to say about them, and then you want to attach on to them. And I notice it all the time. You can have a grandchild who was never born in Jamaica and they do something popular somewhere in the world. And you hear the whole of media say, yes, him left foot was Jamaican. Me know him grandfather. And as soon as, if it's something bad, they do it is another thing. So we have to be very realistic in terms of the change that we're trying to make, so that those with the minds who are outside of Jamaica can contribute and somebody actually listens and stop behaving like you're not a part of Jamaica. So that is what is that is where it starts to happen. And we major in the minor. For instance, Ras Climb, I hear you saying we should not promote the dunce bag. I disagree. But that's another conversation. But we major in the minor. I don't see how a bag is going to prevent children from learning. And you know what white people do? They have two of the most important books, the series, Idiot's Guide to Music, Law, Everything, and Conversations with Law for Dummies. And people go and buy it, and they are bestseller books. But the minute somebody does something for making money and is industrial, we criticize it, and government take it on and try to mash it up and box food out of somebody mouth. So our creative minds never get room to breathe. Freedom of expression is restricted, and people can't grow when they're enslaved in whichever form. But I digress.
Ah, good, rightfully so, for another conversation. Program note, folks. You're viewing and you're listening to Reason with Rattigan. We're still awaiting our host, Mr. Will Rattigan, to return. Uh, let's talk about AI. And AI is it's going to be very dangerous for the entire world. And that is why you see now they're trying to slow down whatever development is left for AI. I think Jamaica will feel the effect long after places like the United States. But one of the things that came up in this conversation this evening that we haven't spent a lot of time on is food insecurity and what we need to be doing in terms of farming in Jamaica and elsewhere. When you look at the latest UN numbers that came out in terms of food insecurity in the Caribbean and food insecurity in Jamaica, it is devastating. Because when you have 9% of Jamaica being malnourished, when you have 26% of Jamaica facing severe food insecurity, and 54% of the island of Jamaica is suffering under some sort of food insecurity, it is going to be devastating in the very near future if we don't fix this. And we need to fix this fast. I don't think AI is going to have any issues, any effect really on our farming ability. And this is something that if you go back to probably the 70s under the Michael Manley administration, when he spoke about farming, when he spoke about doing your own thing, a lot of us turned our nose up on it, Isaac. And even today, you have some of us as Jamaicans, if our children are not lawyers and doctors and nurses and stuff like that, we don't want any farmers in our family. Why so? Why is it we're turning our nose up on an industry that if we don't eat, if we don't produce food, and if we don't eat, how do we live? How are we going to fix this? How are we going to fix the food insecurity problem, John, that we're facing? Herb, how are we going to fix this? It's a serious issue, you know.
Well, the one of the things was during the time of COVID, there was a contraction of our economy in Jamaica. And all the people, all the hustlers, which seem to be a good numbers of our people who hustle in the corporate area and in the country, that was dependent on tourism, they weren't allowed outside to do their hustle. And so you had a huge problem arise when it came to food insecurity. I'm just looking at the numbers. 25.6% face severe food insecurity. 54.4 experience moderate food insecurity. So it is actually telling me, if I'm doing the math right, that around 75% of the country is at risk from moderate to severe food insecurity. Because this is the 8.3% of the population experiences undernourishment for over 2 years during COVID. That means, they couldn't feed themselves. They couldn't find what is needed to keep them nourished and keep them going. The question they asked was, could that have been better managed during that period of time? When the government lock you away and tell you can't come out. What did they expect? If you don't have a place to live in Jamaica, how did those people survive during that period of time when the government said you gotta go home? Where did they put those people? John, you have any idea?
There's a feedback again.
And I realized that. Yeah.
If somebody needs to mute the mic.
Let me mute. Can you explain?
You're muted, Herb. You saying something? Sorry?
Yeah, I was asking the people who were homeless in Jamaica, they didn't have a permanent address. Where did they go when the government told them to shelter in place for COVID? In other words, go home and stay home. What happened to those people?
Well, the people on the street stayed on the street. There's nowhere for them to go. Said in the rural areas, they really didn't actually abide to the COVID restrictions. People still continued to do what they were doing before. What would happen is that bars would have to shut by a little bit earlier, but still things are still functioning in rural areas. However, in the city, like in Montego Bay, that was a disaster. I mean, we had, I think it was about 3 or 4 days of complete lockdown. And you have to wonder, how did these people survive? Because the government only gave them, I think it was about $10,000 for the entire year. $10,000, where in America, as you know, they had all these, what did they call it? What kind of easing was it? I can't remember. But they had a certain term they used. And this is, again, about this system we're talking about. You're talking about food security. We're not going to have food security if we're right next door to America, who wants to export their food to us. So it's good for them for our prices to be high. So we're always going to have that problem of growing food in our own country. But we can be smarter. We can be smarter. You look at the technology that they use in, say, Holland. A lot of that can be brought into Jamaica. And as I said before, we have wonderful farmland, but we don't have any roads there to get that food to market. And the other thing is we need food processing. If we had solar powered and wind powered factories, then people would know that when they farm, there would be a market for their produce. Because you will have times where last year or the year before, tomatoes fell to $30 a pound. So that's like 20 US cents a pound. Now, these people can't survive on that. The minimum price of tomatoes should be, say, in American dollars, say about nearly $1, actually, I'd say. No, not that much. About 75, 80 cents probably. But when you're going down to 20 US cents, then they can't survive. And then again, because of we importing all of this oil with fossil fuel, then we also import in a a lot of our fertilizer as well. Fertilizers can be produced here if we had proper waste energy, organic waste energy, that produces as a byproduct the best fertilizer on the planet. So then you can stop importing. So we can stop importing a lot of your fertilizer. Look at how the sugar land that we have. That's just sitting there. What's it doing? Surely there are products that we can grow on those lands. And as I said, if it's a produce like some kind of beans, then you put solar-powered process in there. At least then you're producing the food. You're satisfying our own economy. And the surplus you can export. Not only that, you can also import raw materials and add value. I mean, that's what the West do, don't they? You look at your chocolate and the coffee. I mean, they make the most money out of it. I mentioned before, Switzerland and Belgium, they make the most money out of chocolate. And yet, the chocolate and coffee farmers, they live in poverty. So these are things we can change. But we have a system in place that we said to the IMF and the World Bank, where they made sure that when they made all these deals with these countries, they made sure that said, oh, you can't give your farmers any kind of subsidy. Whereas you go to America and England and all over Europe, they get subsidies through their backsides. They're full of subsidies. But in our country, we can't have it. So it's unequal. We need to have a level playing field, and we're not going to get it. So we have to think, how can we adapt in Jamaica and throughout Africa so that we can survive? As I said, if we had solar-powered food processing, then we have a good chance of having food security.
If indeed COVID is back again on the rise, we heard it's on the rise in Jamaica. We have several announcements here in the US that it's been rising in different states. I said, what would you do differently?
No, we here in Jamaica not gonna get back COVID. So we're not. It's not happening. We not having COVID. Don't even worry about
I agree.
it. We're gonna wash our hands and we're gonna social distance. You can't lock we down because we're not gonna suffer. We're not do it again. It will never happen. So whatever they're thinking about wherever they are in the world, it don't apply to Jamaica. We good.
So how is it that a good friend of mine, Leslie Williams, he was an examiner at the Spanish Town Depot, driver's license examiner. He passed away a week ago from COVID.
No, it's probably dengue. Leave COVID out of it. Don't bother with it.
So what do you think,
year
Brad?
we get common flu, we get all kind of things. We not take no COVID. COVID not coming back. Don't tell no lie about Jamaica.
So
let's leave COVID out.
We can change. In fact, I'll tell you what, change. I'm not a medical doctor, but we don't have no COVID in Jamaica. We sanitize, we wear our mask, we social distance, we have our bleach. We are do our thing. We all right. The KFC,
so you're gonna attract all of our folks here in the US because they love to hear that.
Well, no COVID is here, so come to Jamaica.
So come to
be
Jamaica.
COVID free, yeah.
And you'll be all right.
Happening. That's all I'm saying. And I know you're backing me up on that. We have many other issues. We can't manage a lockdown right now, so leave that one alone.
Herb, I would have to agree with the counselor here. He mentioned dengue, and that's something that we're not paying attention to. The recent news coming out of the state of Florida is that dengue fever is on the rise. Poor COVID. And I say poor COVID. COVID gets blamed for everything. Everything now, it seems as if the common flu don't exist no more. Every time you turn around here in these United States, all you can hear about is COVID on the rise, COVID on the rise. What happened to the common flu? The common flu does not exist anymore. So we have to now start thinking, Herb and others, that maybe there's something that we are missing maybe there's something that we need to pay close attention to because, as I said before, dengue is on the rise in Florida. The common flu, we don't hear much about it anymore. And all we're hearing about is the new variant from COVID. So guess what? Council, I agree with you. Come to Jamaica. A COVID not down there here. At the end of the day, we have to figure this out. And we have to figure this out really, really fast. These people are playing us now. And they're playing us like we're puppets. We cannot afford another lockdown. Not only Jamaica cannot afford another lockdown, we here in these United States, we cannot afford another lockdown. Because if we should go back to 3 years ago, trust me, it is not going to be good. So I think we should move on from this COVID conversation. It's been a very good evening, and I've enjoyed the last 4 hours. But gentlemen, I am gonna have to say respectfully, I'm gonna have to pack up my caroches and head on out of here. And I do hope to catch up this panel on another great conversation. It has been fun, and at the end of the day, all we're hoping to do here is to achieve honesty, good governance, accountability, and we need to start holding people responsible. Responsible for their actions. And that is my closing. That is my closing remarks.
Okay.
I like that. I just want to say one thing to piggyback on John because
no
John,
piggyback, no piggyback around here.
Piggyback. The Ras is saying piggyback. And I'm saying it. Leave me and the pig alone. Especially in the farming context, is that John says a lot and the solutions are right before us. When it comes to food security, we have to be responsible in terms of being our brother's keeper. Something as simple as if the man has bananas and he grows it, you are to support him. It shouldn't be ripe on him because we don't have the roads. And if the lady down the road has her tomatoes, you have to support her in your community. And there has to be something in terms of, if you love thyself, when you look in the mirror, you wake up black, you wake up out of many one. We are all races, but I'm addressing the majority black, especially in the Jamaican space. Is that you're supposed to love and appreciate your brother so much that you don't do the perennial larceny. If the man is growing his goats and you like curry goat, buy his goat. You don't have to go up into the posh supermarkets and go to the pharmacy to buy the ones in the plastic that's supposed to be out to be banned and the styrofoam that's killing the environment. Go get the food right where it is in your community and support the people. If you do that, it would be a totally different place. And then KFC lines would be so much less, and I could go get my 6-piece with less stress because it's Kingston there. That's anyway, that's it for the night. The comment section is live. You guys were really good.
Yeah, I thought you would say, Isaac, that you would buy the 6 people in front of you KFC so you can get everybody out of the place.
No. I just making it clear because the people in the comments know when it comes to cooking, I can't help myself. So in a lockdown, I murder and I want to murder me. So no COVID because I can't cook.
All right, John, you're closing.
John?
My closing.
Yes.
Well, it's great to have Ras Climb here. It's wonderful. I hope we see him here again. I'm sure we'll invite him back again.
Thank you, sir.
Solutions. We have to start talking about solutions now. I think a lot of people, when you read the comments, I think some of them get a bit depressed because they know the crime's high. We don't have education. But we need now to start thinking about what can we do? What are the solutions? I mean, I remember Isaac saying something last week about education and then with urban AI. And you're thinking, well, we have an education system. Why is it the case that if I'm teaching chemistry at 9 o'clock in Mandeville, why don't I teach it at the same time in Thompson Town? And if that town doesn't have a good teacher, then you have it over the internet. These are simple things like this we can introduce. So these are the things we need to be talking about. How can we have these how can we come up with solutions? But say again, the problem is the government will implement any ideas we come up with. And that's why I'm going back to it again. A constitution. I have no problem with what Isaac said about, was it chapter 3, Isaac, you said? I can't remember.
Correct.
Chapter 3.
Chapter 3.
I have no problem. If there's some issue, I wouldn't be writing a constitution. That's not, what I'm saying is that the things that I would like to see in there, the things that we need, protection of our resources, and certainly all parliamentarians must be audited. They have to be audited. If that happens, then we have a great possibility of clearing out all the corrupt parliamentarians, and not just them actually, all those at the top of top civil servants. That's right, they have to go. If we have a constitution with that written into it, then we have a fantastic chance of delivering the Jamaica that we need.
Okay. Well, folks, it's been a pleasure having you as an audience and having these learned gentlemen here in front of me. Good to see Ras Climb after speaking to you and not having seen your face before. Of course, I met that online. Where is it? About a month ago, I said. And of course, John, brilliant as ever with his observations. Coming from England, the UK, to Jamaica, to reset. They should treat you as a national treasure down there, John, because you're pointing out all the things that Jamaica needs to survive, right? But in any case, we learned from COVID. And we got closer during COVID. And we should have learned how we all should be living in a conservative fashion and to conserve the things that are important to each and every one of us. And how we can share things with each other. The knowledge that we gain, as well as the food that we can grow, and that we can grow to feed an entire community. Things are sounding pretty bad. So I'm not going to go much further.
Somebody needs to move the mic. There's a feedback again.
Yeah, there's too much feedback. Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, we may have lost the first half of the game.
Yes.
Let's concentrate on winning the second half. Let's not give up.
Yes.
We may have lost the first half. Let's concentrate on winning the second half. On that note, gentlemen, have a good night to the audience.
Right.
Good night, and thank you
Salute
so much.
all. Yeah. Have a good night. Be good.
Blessings.
Blessings.
Good night, everyone.
All right.
Great talking to you.